a, number of them, a decent number of orcs on the planet. And I recall that that was an obstacle to your stated goals.
To be fair, having a planet full of orcs is pretty much an obstacle to any goals you might have. Aside from get shot and or bludgeoned horribly.
Well, there's probably things one could use orcs for, although in this case they are not quite amenable to your diplomatic advances.
Hey, let's be fair. We're using the orcs for something too, and it's killing orcs.
They're a crafting ingredient in orc corpses. But so, when last we had left off, you guys had worked out... Well, you had managed to reestablish communications with the assorted guardsmen across the planet, at least the ones who were able to speak back because they had some kind of vox transmitter. The various holdouts who were in hiding or still fighting here or there. And you had worked out that you had wanted to gather up what you could from them, but not devote all your resources to purging all the orcs on the planet and saving every last guardsman with the exception of dudes at the front of the gate. You seem to just be wanting to get the most useful things to assaulting the front gate, to the Lost City, and then do so.
Is that what we're doing?
And the things that at least the previous discussion had prioritized as attempting to rescue were the Imperial Guard's artillery weapons, their tanks, and bulk infantry.
I can see wanting those things, and also wanting the orcs not to have those things.
Anywho, so yes, you have assorted guardsmen scattered here and there. And you've got the various forms of vehicles that are hidden in assorted locations. They are not... Most of the vehicles aren't engaged in active fighting at the moment. And there is a sizable contingent of the Green Menace camped outside of the front gates of the Lost City that you need to enter. You have the key, but it will take a little while to get that big-ass door open.
We have the key? I didn't know that.
That's why you came to the planet in the first place. You found the key in the planetary governor's vault, and the Mechanicus were all, hot damn, we know what that is.
Oh, alright.
The key may or may not be a black robot man.
We didn't have a black robot man. We traded that guy away.
Yeah, my understanding is we traded him to the
bad.
Mechanicus.
Yeah, well, yeah, that was a Necron.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we traded the Necron to the Mechanicus, and he somehow is the key. But my understanding could be way off on that.
Did we not literally find a key? I don't remember.
You guys found a lot of shit, and you didn't know what all of it was. The Mechanicus retrieved a lot of things from you, and certainly one of the things they retrieved was apparently a key to the front gates of this city.
I like how that's really vague.
You raided a vault full of crap that you didn't know what 90% of it was. Vague is the order of the day.
If only we had more people who were skilled at identifying loot. Honestly, what sort of interstellar businessmen / pirates are we?
But doesn't the Archmagus dude like have it on him since he's here with us?
Theoretically. I mean, certainly it's with you in, like, a general sense, either on the ship or on his person.
Hmm.
He, of course,
Yeah,
brought
we
a
should-
bunch of crap aboard.
I mean, we should probably be keeping it shipside until such time as we're ready to use it. It'd be really annoying if we were just, like, showing it around and it fell into the orc's hands.
Yo, super annoying.
And, of course, the orcs themselves are trying to get through those doors, apparently unsuccessfully after all this time.
Well, obviously,
Whereas-
because some of them are secret humies in disguise.
But because they, for some reason, are convinced that the shiny thing is inside. Whatever that is.
Anything as locked as this is has to have something shiny inside. That said, nuclear explosions are very shiny.
Well, apparently inside of the planet is a way to kill all the orcs and possibly everything else on this planet.
Yeah, as I recall, the thing in the vault at the end of Borderlands was pretty glowy too.
Certainly the Magus is significantly more concerned about the tech secrets contained in the city. Not particularly concerned about the guardsmen beyond their use in getting rid of orcs. Or just getting you inside the city.
No, I mean, I'd rather not see them all die out there either. But the question is, are we and their interests better served by trying to pick them all out individually for however long that takes? Or hopefully the thing in the vault is selective and can be used on exclusively the orcs and solve the problem at a swoop.
And the question is also taking the front gate. You took the radio tower. That happened.
So, do we have any good plans for taking the front gate?
Seems to be more of a pretty straightforward siege or an attack.
Ish.
We don't really have the, I mean, this is my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, but we don't really have the, sufficient force to siege them there.
No?
Maybe using the radio tower we can lie to them some more?
You've definitely taken out a fair amount of their numbers, what with the radio tower and taking out their airbase and taking out their orbital ships. But they are still orcs, which means there is still a lot of them.
Alright, well maybe we can tell them to go out to this and find the big axe painted in a field where the humies will meet them in battle. Little sign at the middle, free orc seed.
And then we drop a galactic-sized anvil on them.
Literally was just about to say that.
Well, we could just orbitally bombard the shit out of the front gate. That's always a possibility.
Might make it a little hard to get in.
As far as we know, the front gate can take, like, capital ship level beatings and be fine.
Yeah, that's
The
what they're also
orcs have been
doing.
doing it.
Yeah.
The only risk, there is a risk, up to you guys if it is worth it. The gates are close enough that the scatter of orbital bombardment could end up tagging the fringes of the Mechanicus Bastion.
Can we just pull our people out of there while we're doing it?
Well, you can certainly pull your guys out of there. The Adeptus Mechanicus may have words.
Well, I mean, can they lock it down for a few hours? How long does an orbital bombardment take?
Hours probably is the case, but more a case of whether there's people in there or not, there is a distinct possibility of straight up orbitally bombarding the Bastion.
Which I assume they'd be upset about.
It would, damage holy technology, so on and so forth.
Okay, let's call that option B. Does anyone have an option that doesn't risk destroying holy technology and leaving the Mechanicus very upset with us?
The orcs have a pretty decent laser beam. That's quite accurate.
Yeah, we saw how accurate it was that last time.
They missed, but it doesn't mean that the spread wasn't like bad.
I don't think they missed. I think they failed to get their ship into position at all.
That might have been the case. Yeah.
They almost
Remember, they
fell
was
out
trying
of
to.
orbit.
Yeah.
You guys missed horribly.
Didn't we almost fall out of orbit that one time, too?
They came a shitload closer than you.
Well, that's reassuring.
The ship's piloted by Gretchen. What do you want?
Collectivism?
They have that. It hasn't made anything better. But obviously, yes, you can attempt the bombardment, but there would probably need to be some discussion with the Mechanicus to allay concerns or convince. Risk-reward gains things.
Do we turn down the risk level if we use exclusively the laser?
You also turn down the damage you're capable of doing. Since the laser has a far smaller spread as well. Being wide, it's less risky.
Right. But I mean, we're how much spread? Doesn't it have like a kilometer of spread or something ridiculous?
Yeah, but that's only like one square on the large-scale combat terms.
Yes, I mean, we could just like draw a grid and be done with it.
Also, we have to still convince the Mechanicus if we're going to tell them at all, let us do it. And I'm pretty sure, hey, we're going to have the orcs fire on it, isn't going to give them a lot of, reassurance to let us do it in the first place.
So, luring. Where are we at on that luring plan?
Well, you've definitely cracked the absolute shit out of orc communication channels. Denev's plan certainly caused quite a bit of confusion as you executed on to get the whole fiasco with the orc airfields to happen in the first place.
Uldor waiting for next ground engagement with anticipation.
somehow I feel that you will get your wish.
Yeah, so you guys definitely have options open to you. Or assorted avenues that can be pursued.
Ground combat worked out fine last time. We could do it again.
What kind of relative numbers are we talking here?
More than before.
But this time we, I believe, have artillery support from the Mechanicus Bastion, don't we?
You do have that. They don't have many guns still in operation, but they do have some.
Oh, we took all their robots because I believe we kept them behind, or at least a few of them behind.
You do
Yeah,
also
we didn't
have
use the mobile platforms at all.
Though they also don't have many of those, they do have some.
They seem pretty good.
Well, what we can try to do is we can maybe try to soften them up with the my brain is working. Artillery cannons that are available on the Mechanicus Bastion, because if they can reach over there, and then try to set them up for an ambush when they actually do come in and try to fight us.
Would we not be getting a surprise round either way? Because last time they didn't know he was coming.
Yeah, you guys essentially have the benefit of an ambush no matter where you're going or what you're doing.
What is the situation with AA with the gate group? Do we know?
They've definitely got it. The intel you had gathered was that the orcs have actually increased the number of anti-aircraft guns at their disposal since they hit the planet. I mean, you've definitely taken plenty of them out like you have everything else, but they do have anti-aircraft capabilities.
I wonder if we can reduce that further by using servo skulls as spotters for the artillery. Take down a bunch of their AA capability and then hit them with flyers. I don't know how the mass combat lets us call targets like that.
I think. Sorry.
It can be a skill challenge sort of thing, where like somebody makes a check to perform some sort of grand important thing that allows advantages on the battlefield, like Thaddeus and Zennith were contributing last time.
Yeah, I can do that again.
Right. If we start launching artillery from the Machinist base, are they going to try and take it back?
The Mechanicus have been making fairly consistent artillery bombardments,
Okay.
just to try and keep the orcs away.
Okay, so if they're making called shots, they might try a ground advance, in which case we should probably put Hodor with a division to back them up. See, I told you you'd get to punch someone today.
This is great. Great news.
Okay, so use servo skulls to target the AA with artillery, then hit him with flyers, then the ground assault.
The Archmagus chimes in. Presumably you are once again around your fancy pants holographic battle tables.
Indeed. It is very fancy.
It is the fanciest holographic battle table at your disposal. Got like little sticks to push the models, but they're like holographic sticks.
Whenever we beat one, all their necks spring up like in Sock'em Rock'em Robots.
Rock'em Sock'em War Table, oh my.
It's obviously just like the cool holographic setup that's in Ace Attorney live action movie.
I am unfortunately familiar with neither the live action nor the non-live action Ace Attorney. You can bet it's monochrome, though. The Imperium does not have multicolor technology. Everything is one color.
Well, it was all blue for the most part.
See, that's what we're going to find in this vault. The secrets of multicolor technology.
Isn't everything like mostly green when it comes to like tech lights?
Maybe.
Yeah, I was thinking like old monitor green or amber.
Yeah, presumably CRT green.
It does give the right radiation poison glow to everything.
Yeah. I'm surprised radiation isn't like a thing in Warhammer.
I think they just call it. It just kind of gets rolled into corruption, I think.
I think it's discussed somewhere in the rules for atomics. Nuclear weapons aren't used very often in the Warhammer world because they usually have things that are better.
Really?
Like orbital bombardment.
Yeah, most of your high-grade weaponry isn't nuclear in nature. You can get nuclear bombs, though. That's what all that radioactive materials you looted from fucking
Oh yeah.
Ellis was good for. They're just kind of messy. They don't like to use them. You glass a planet with those, and you have to wait a while before it's habitable again.
True, but if you don't want the world, it's fine. Also, what do they use for an exterminatus? Like, what kind of big fuck-off gun do they use
All
for that?
kinds of things. There is a cornucopia of assorted planetary genocide weapons. It is a beautiful tapestry.
Nice.
Did they rain down all of the napalm from orbit?
That's
All
one
of it.
option. They stopped using virus bombs, though.
How kind of them.
Why?
They determined that wiping out literally every last cell on a planet using an engineered virus was feeding Nurgle, so they stopped.
So it wasn't out of any like altruism or anything.
No. They just determined that they were accidentally feeding a Chaos God when they were wiping planets out, so they stopped doing that.
Okay.
And decided to wipe it out in less Chaos God feedy ways.
Well, I mean, if they blow
I don't see
somebody
how
up,
an orbital bombardment doesn't
orbital
feed
bombardment
corn.
just feeds corn. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
I feel like there aren't enough swords. Like, if you were bombarding someone with a bunch of swords from orbit, then Korn would be very pleased with you.
There is, of course, an entire article on
On.
what?
You said there is, of course, an entire article on, and you didn't finish.
Oh, I must have let off the button of it. An entire article on why they don't use asteroids to exterminatus planets.
Oh, really? Do you want to give me the Cliff Notes version?
Blah, 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 blah. Where the fuck was it? I'm trying to pull it up real quick. Entitled Rocks Are Not Free.
Well, clearly they're not the best things in life then. Oh, it just seems weird to me that rocks are less free than, like, bombs, which seems like they would be very expensive.
They break down the entire rationale for that.
For what?
For why it is actually more expensive to drag an asteroid into a planet than manufacture a planet-destroying warhead.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Because you need to like input kinetic energy in order to move the rock in the first place. And
Yeah, but
that
all you
ain't
need is a
free.
big focusing mirror, and you can pack that up and use it on other rocks too.
But that's if you have a conveniently placed rock to use it on.
Yeah, in this case, yeah, so the breakdown is, first they must maneuver the Emperor's naval vessel into the asteroid belt, surely sustaining damage to the paint, while expending the Emperor's fuel. Then the tech priest must inspect the rocks and find a suitable one. Then the servitors of the Emperor must use all of their technology to prepare the rock for jettisoning towards the planet, and then push it towards the planet. And then after expending massive amounts of the Emperor's holy fuel to accelerate the asteroid towards the planet, the ship must then either travel at sublight speeds following it. Well, yeah, no, they're within planets, so they have to travel at sublight speeds, spending more money and ship stores, or fuel and ship stores. So after twiddling away the Emperor's time and eating the Emperor's food in the wasteful pursuit of making sure that the Emperor's enemies do not launch a deflection mission, they may finally watch the ordnance impact the planet, assuming that the Emperor's ship does not need to attempt any last-minute course corrections upon the rock, using yet more of the Emperor's fuel.
So that's what I'm saying. You don't need to use fuel. What you do is you make a really big mirror, like a parabolic mirror, and you pick your rock to be one that has a high percentage of water and low boiling point volatiles, and then you just focus on the point opposite the direction you want it to start moving in, and the boil off will give you a rocket effect.
While that can potentially get it started, that doesn't account for micro corrections and attempting to stop enemy deflection missions.
I pressed the wrong button. But I was going to say is, oh, so what you're saying is all they need to do is put a giant mirror on a ship, position that ship, find a suitable rock to put it into orbit, and then basically do everything that article just said, except the means is slightly different.
Yeah, actually, the cost breakdown, repainting the ship from the asteroid impacts costs exactly as much as manufacturing 5 Magna Melta warheads to crack the planet. Just the ship paint alone.
What are they painting them with?
And then that's about, 2.5 million thrones to manufacture the warheads or paint the ship. 4.2 million for 2 months worth of fuel for the whole escort of the asteroid there and back. It is so much cheaper to just fly straight to the planet, get into orbit, and crack the fuck out of that thing with 5 missiles.
Yeah, but see, then we have a cracked planet. See, we don't have to worry about deflection missions here. That should cut down on the cost factor.
All we need to do is find the resources and labor to make a giant mirror.
You have a giant mysterious black diamond floating at the edge of the system.
I'm sure they'll let us use their manufacturing facilities.
I think he means just use it.
Pardon me, neighbor, could we borrow a few kilometers of Star Sail?
Anywho, so yes, there is a vast number of things that you can use. Asteroids are usually not one of them, though. Orcs use them, but not technically for exterminatus reasons. They just attach rockets to them and call it a starship. They can't really land, they just crash into planets. And then call that a landing. And then the survivors invade the planet.
Well, any landing you can walk away from, right?
Anywho. Oh, so yes, you had sparked an idea in the Magos. Yes, Lord Captain, you present an interesting idea of your use of the skulls for targeting. What was it? The Mechanicus Bastion weaponry?
That was the current plan, although I am quite interested to hear what you've thought of.
Your idea is quite good. I believe we can make it better. You had spoken before of establishing a Vox Auger net with the arrays of multiple skulls, yes?
Yes.
With your assistance, of course, I believe a suitable number of skulls could be modified. To act as a far more powerful transmitter. I have doubts that they would survive the power drain for an extended period, but I believe they would be more than capable of serving as either an efficient targeting auger for your shipboard weaponry, or for at least one precision teleport.
I'm sorry, I missed part of that.
They would be capable of serving as a targeting auger for at least one good bombardment of shipboard weaponry or a precision teleport.
That could be an improvement. Is there anything that we could teleport in that would be more effective than an orbital bombardment?
I am uncertain what manner of ordnance you possess. Unfortunately, our manufacturing capabilities here are somewhat limited, I would assume.
Well, can we tell? Are the mobile platforms that the Mechanicus have too big to teleport, or will those ones work?
Wait, teleporting the mobile platforms themselves?
Yeah, those. I feel like those might be too big.
They are sizable, but they are more than capable of surviving the process. Their large difficulty is simply that while they are powerful, there are few of them. They would be a momentary distraction, but little more.
What about murder servitors?
A similar problem. I'm certain your stores of them are far greater than what the Mechanicus have of the robots. But even with an effective precision teleport, there are only so many that we could send at once. It could be done.
Well, the question is, where are we getting the most efficient use?
Had I anticipated such a sequence of events, I would have brought larger scale ordnance with me. I present concerns for entry into the city, but one or two atomics teleported to the surface.
Well, the loadout you have is never the loadout you want.
Well, here's a question: can we jury-rig just a real big-ass bomb and just teleport that right into their faces? Basically, can we fashion our own orbital strike with 100% accuracy rating because we're just going to teleport a thing onto them?
I'm gonna switch devices real quick because I have to go out of the room to do something.
Can we wire together a bunch of servo skulls as a huge bomb?
What about a bunch of individual bombs placed where where they will do the most good?
That level of precision would require a team to be inserted.
How big a team?
That would depend entirely on the nature of the explosives you could devise.
I mean, if you want someone to volunteer as tribute, Romeo does have a very fast motorcycle right now.
I would perhaps advise examining what you have at your disposal that could be made explosive. Of course, there is another option. You could potentially remove a current problem and a future problem with perfect accuracy.
So, what you're saying is throw the Gretchen at him.
Literally.
Literally.
I believe their ship is smaller than yours, but if it were to crash into the surface,
That is amazing. But yeah, I don't see anything can go wrong with that. Go for it.
there would be obvious damage to the Mechanicus Bastion, of course, but it would ensure complete losses of all Orc forces.
Sorry, I'm just waiting to see what the captain's going to say about it, because I'd do it, but
I think it's hilarious and should definitely do it.
I mean, we could even possibly try to get one of the
I mean, it's two birds with one stone. It's just great.
we could try to even possibly get the derelict cruiser, the one that we took out that's in the middle of nowhere, try to get it with enough crew maybe, and then fly it out. But I think the problem is
We
going to be
destroyed the
getting
other
enough crew. Yeah, we did. But I think the problem is going to be getting enough crew, and also that might be too big and would be overkill because it might just destroy the Mechanicus Bastion.
Yeah. I think what's on offer is good.
I mean, I'm willing to do it, but
Oh, good God, Captain. Maybe she was switching devices. Thought that would be more of an instantaneous process.
Indeed.
Oh, the Skype fuckery.
God damn it, Skype.
I'm hoping it's not Skype fuckery, it's just a slow device transition.
I mean, I guess the person we really have to ask is Hodor, right? Because he's technically acting captain of that ship.
Is he?
No, I mean they have their
Of
own captain.
the Gretchen ship?
Yeah, I thought the plan was you were going to take it over.
Yeah, I was gonna make it mine. No, I guess I would just defer to the captain judgment on this one.
Wait the captain's return on that one. In the meantime, how about that Doctor Strange trailer?
Yo, hearing Cumberbatch talk with an American accent was so like, it was not. I don't know why it makes me feel bad inside, but it does.
It reminded me of him like trying to mimic Robert Downey Jr.
It sounds so much like Hugh Laurie to me.
That I've heard that from a lot of people that it sounds like Hugh Laurie, or that it sounds like when Hugh Laurie does House.
Yeah, exactly like that. Yeah.
I didn't pick it up, but I barely picked out him specifically saying things in the first place.
Yeah, it does sound super different. What was I gonna say? I'm getting more excited for Strange because I keep on hearing that like it's gonna be super weird, and that's what I want that movie to be.
Should be. I mean, Strange
And
name.
and the trailer's got a bunch of weirdness in it already, so yeah.
Okay, yes, and some technical difficulties being sorted on the captain's part. Oh, wait, that's a person. Maybe.
Let me back in.
Oh, hey, you're here.
It does sound like a person.
Vaguely. Person-esque.
Yeah, I know the mic's not super great on the headphones.
I can hear you a bit better than I could a few seconds ago now, at least.
I, for one, didn't really think the Doctor Strange trailer was like a good trailer. Maybe I was expecting something a little bit different, but I was expecting like Constantine type stuff, like demons and like cosmic demons and I don't know, sorcery and.
I don't know enough about Doctor Strange to know what to have expected from the trailer.
Maybe I just had a weird idea of what Doctor Strange was, and I thought it was similar to like Constantine, but
I mean, it does have a lot of demons, but it's less like hell demons and more like Cthulhu demons.
yeah, that's kind of what I wanted, but oh
I
well.
mean, I have extremely low expectations for that movie anyways, so when I saw the trailer and I was like, oh, this isn't trash, I was pretty pleased, but yeah, I could see how you walk away with that opinion.
Yeah, I mean, people are up in arms about the Ghost in the Shell person being played by a white actress. What about fucking Tilda Swinton as like the ancient one?
When you're dealing with weird, ancient, magical people, I don't friggin' care what ethnic group you make them from.
Yeah,
Also straight up Ancient One in the comics is a white dude.
yeah. Is he?
Yeah.
I thought he was like some old Asian guy.
I mean, it was written back in a time where like everyone was just a white dude. So
Okay.
they've actually like even the black dude in the trailer. He's like a character that is important as well. Although I forget his name, but he's also just a white dude in the comics. So they've actually like significantly introduced some more diversity into that original casting. And I'm surprised people aren't more upset about that because that seems to be a thing that people get upset about too.
Roll Xenos knowledge for Romeo, but with a +20 bonus. In learning the Orc language, I'm going to say Romeo got a little more insight into Orc mindset and behavior.
That's a success, even without a +20.
How good of one? Relevance.
My intelligence is 36 with a +20 on a 15. That makes it a 4.1.
Oh, right. So the Captain Romeo confer outcomes of letting the Revolution Cruiser leave after all this is said and done could be. There is a high likelihood that they will do one of two things. Either attempt to convince other Gretchen to rebel, or just go and start doing the same shit that orcs do anyways, but as Gretchen. Go start raiding space lanes as pirates and shit.
And more importantly, they're probably going to want to cut.
There's the mercenary spirit in play. They might want money.
Maintaining control of them yourselves for extended periods could be difficult. So you're largely
Okay,
operating
if we,
in unknown
assuming that
territory.
we can put our... You go ahead.
Oh, just you are largely operating in unknown territory as far as trying to command a orc ship, or a Gretchen ship in this case, whilst not being orc or Gretchen.
Well, I mean, if we can put ourselves in the scales enough that they go off and are revolutionary towards other Gretchen, is that actually going to matter in the long run, or are we just trading Gretchen for orcs overall?
In the long run, the Gretchen will likely eventually begin taking up hostile banditry-related activities. They're still orcoids. They're just weaker orcoids. That is assuming they succeed and aren't just killed by the first group of orcs they come across. The reaction to liberated Gretchen has been varied in what you have seen and studied. It usually takes the orcs a while to start responding to them. They are usually laughing for a very, very long time. When a bunch of Gretchen starts saying all the revolution stuff, that they are free and no longer going to obey orcs and that they're in charge now.
I don't know. Thus far, they've been at least easier to work with than orcs, and maybe a little bit more intelligent. I mean, even a moderately small change in terms of how easy they are to get along with without conflict could have huge repercussions if it becomes a large-scale change. At the very least, it breaks one of the enemies in the humanity of two factions who are less powerful than they were unified, and that's positive.
Worst case scenario, worst of them being revolutionaries, you've created a few scratches on the paint of the North Cruiser as the Gretchen attempt to fire on it and are wiped out.
So far, they've not really been too good in firing their guns.
Best case
You make a
is what you
compelling
said.
point.
I think we should just do the Arc Magis's plan and just have them basically destroy themselves and the orcs.
All right, how would you suggest we get them to do that?
Tell them to fire lances.
Probably trick them into firing the lances close to the planet, like really close, and then they fall out of orbit and die.
Maybe we even nudge them
Yeah, we could
into
also
the
shoot on them.
planet.
We can shoot. Yeah, we can shoot on their thrusters or shit. Whatever they use for maneuverability. I don't know what that is.
We could try to offer repairs and sabotage the plasma drives.
Don't we just need to fuck up their thrusters?
Well, the plasma drive is like all of their power.
That's also their forward power.
Yeah. So we need, we just need to make sure that they can't turn, so they just fall. And we could even do that with like a precision servitor strike thing, because we get to choose like 1 to 6, don't we?
1 to 6, yes, is what you.
So
choose.
I think thrusters are in that, so we could just destroy their maneuverability and they fall out of orbit.
I have to say, I think this would be our most underhanded maneuver yet.
Yeah, it would, but it's Gretchen.
Where's Black right now?
Off doing splack things somewhere on the ship.
As long as the Black things aren't listening in on this conversation, I don't think that'd go well.
What's he gonna do?
I think you've made. Don't you have like a servo skull following him at all times now, or something? You did.
Yeah, we have something watching him. Servo skull works.
I'm
We've
assuming
got
you
them.
wouldn't want to pull a person away from whatever their duties would be to follow the Gretchen around all day.
Yeah, probably not. And we have the skulls, so.
Shit, yeah, you have the skulls.
Okay, we need their shields down to do a raid of servitors. How are we going to accomplish that?
We could just shoot on them. It's like a one, like say if it's like a round in combat, which basically is what it would be. We just shoot them and then do it.
They would need to already be attempting the orbital bombardment, of course.
Pardon?
They would need to already be trying to do the orbital lance thing that you were talking about.
Yeah, we tell them to go do an orbital lance, and then we go raid them the old-fashioned way. Meaning no teleporter. Don't have to take down shields. Just send ships in.
Don't they have a lot of surface guns?
That was the big one.
They still have the regular number of surface guns.
Totally. But the regular number is the regular number.
Wait, yeah. What I'm saying is, while they do the bombarding stuff, we just attack them while they're doing it.
Yeah, totally agree.
But risk reward, the murder servitors would allow you to definitively take out thrusters because of the precision strike.
Oh yeah,
Well,
what
it
I'm
does cut
saying.
out some of our ground units, but then it would kill all of them.
What I'm saying is, we can, we can have a
Although, yeah, you can just take murder servitors over on the flight craft.
Yeah, exactly. So if we don't shoot down the shield to teleport, we can just have Romeo escort them on actual craft.
Okay, how do we ensure that they land where we want them to? As opposed to, say, on the Mechanicus Bastion.
This plan perhaps has even greater concern for damaging the Mechanicus Bastion, even if they are on target. Just
Well, how much do they really lose?
Just absolute guaranteed wipe of all orcs at those gates.
Well, I guess
Okay,
we can convince them.
Can we lighten the load of tech at the Bastion first?
Try. Of course, would again need to do some convincing with the Mechanicus people there. But you people are good at convincing. Some of you.
One of us,
Some
two
of
of
the
us, maybe?
time.
Yeah. Depends which day.
I'm good at depending. Well, what type of convincing do we want to do?
The kind that leaves them favorably disposed to us afterwards as well.
All right. Hodor's not good at this type of convincing.
Yeah, Hodor convincing is more for when we need to get this goal accomplished now and we're not too picky about how.
Though the plan was suggested by an Archmagus.
Could he talk them into letting us teleport their stuff?
Well, at the very least, it adds weight to any discussions that you would be trying to have. By the way, you know who this plan comes from.
And given the clean sweep of the non-human, I'm sure this is the least heretical plan.
Shooting aliens at aliens to kill aliens?
That's great. Emperor loves that.
Don't you just love when you hit a motherfucker with another motherfucker?
It's like beating someone to death with their own arm, but the arm is a spaceship, and the people is an entire military.
And I think I've run out of objections that's going to make us be terrible people. And I think we've all come to terms with that.
I think, well, this is the Imperium. Everyone's terrible.
It depends by whose standards.
What do you mean become?
Yeah.
By the standards of the Imperium, you might be heroes.
I'm going to switch devices back real quick.
Their standards don't seem very heroic. I mean, I'm sure the standards are. How would I say? I'm sure the standards are impressive, but not heroic. It seems to be just killing a bunch of shit makes you a hero.
You're
I mean, if you
damn
take
right.
a very human-centric viewpoint of things, if you assume that humans are the only desirable in the universe and everything else is kind of in the way, Sure, heroes.
Yeah, that's kind of the whole Imperium.
Also,
Well,
you're
everyone's fighting
acting
everyone, so
Also, you're acting like in real life people don't do that. I mean, a guy shot a bunch of people in war and was a questionable human being, and they made a movie after him named American Sniper.
Yeah, and then in Man of Steel, Superman destroyed an entire city and saved the entire planet. But in Batman vs Superman, everybody was like, "Is he a hero?" When so many people died.
Yeah, because
when it's not
that's a
humans
legit
dying.
question you should ask.
Well, on the one hand, that was because of like collateral human cost that was unnecessary. But on the other hand, in the Imperium, I still don't think they would ask that question.
I mean, there's so many people. Like
Asking
we've
the
gone
Industrial
beyond.
Heresy.
It's like, how many people died? 2 million? Oh well.
Yeah, I mean, there's like a few 100 billion in the Imperium now.
That's like average margin of error on a census for the Imperium. Planets disappear when someone misfiles a paper.
Yeah, so in the perspective of things, it's quite small. And again, what are they called again? Commissars. They just execute people for morale. Like that's how much they give a fuck about human life.
The Imperium is all about humanity, but doesn't care about humans.
Yes.
Sort of a hive ideology, which might be why they build hive cities.
Anywho, so, double genocide. Double space genocide.
It's elaborate enough to be good and fun.
It fits into the grand scheme of elaborate shit that you guys have done before.
I
So,
thought that was how we're supposed to play Rogue Trader.
it is.
I am getting more and more into this plan the more adjectives we put on the front of genocide.
God, you're such a bad person.
Blood for the blood god, puns for the pun throne.
No, what he is a man who is slowly coming to understand what it means to be an imperial citizen, so long denied to him by the logicians.
I need to go
Yeah,
off mic for a minute to do a thing.
my
I'll still be listening, but I
response
can't respond.
my response to being called a bad person is I'm rich. I'll do what I want.
Fuck you, I do what I want.
Bitch.
Does what the captain says.
Okay, we're rich. We'll do what we want.
I just want like the full getup of like King George from Hamilton. Like pretty outfit, the crown.
You could all have crowns if you want. You can afford crowns.
Fuck yeah.
What do
We
you
can
want to
afford
be made of?
crowns. We can afford crowns that can walk and speak and sometimes shoot lasers.
Well, we can get eyeballs that shoot lasers, but not yet.
Get crowns for each and every one of the servo skulls. So we can always have a crown on hand in case we want to like pluck one off of a servo skull.
You can do that too. But the point is, you apparently came up with. I was just throwing out random ideas that seemed like shit the Magus would say. I had no idea how the shit you would get the Gretchen to crash into that place. No, you guys actually came up with a workable plan for that. Most importantly, the aiming, with the trick them into doing the orbital bombardment, which means they aim themselves right at the target.
Truly amazing.
Gretchen are pretty dumb.
That's not even dumb. That's just a thing that they do.
Yeah, that's quite reasonable to ask them to do that.
You
They're
guys do
dumb
the
for
same thing,
trusting
Jesus Christ?
people.
They are done for trusting people.
Don't trust people.
Well, they kind of had to. If not, we would have just killed them. Like, if they didn't go, oh yeah, sure, we'll be your friends, we would have just killed them there and then.
But alright, so you have a horrific plan. So, assuming you... Oh, right, you probably would want to, discuss with the Mechanicus first. On why any of this is a good idea.
I assume the good idea is 2 birds, 1 stone.
Yeah.
Technically 3 birds, 1 stone.
But so the entourage of the Crystal Blue Zenith and the Seraphim dynasty once more setting foot in the halls of the Mechanicus Bastion. Broken and mostly deserted of anything that isn't lobotomized cybernetics. Save for those last few remains of the Tech Guard and Tech Priests that were not wiped out with the Oaks.
Sorry, I'm gonna be another couple of minutes if someone else wants to take point on this.
Any other one we can is Romeo.
I actually need to get up real quick. I probably won't be gone long enough for the attack anyways, but I do need to be right back real quick. I have to refill something.
Romeo doesn't have charm.
Oh, do you not?
No, I can get it just this rank, but we have not. We haven't gotten the XP for me to buy anything yet. Like we're at rank 3, but we don't have enough EXP to actually buy anything in those ranks.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we can talk to them, see how they feel about it.
And Charm, Command, Deceive, or Intimidate are all usable. It's just a matter of how you phrase things. Are you appealing as a higher authority of some kind, appealing diplomatically, lying to them, or appealing through fear and strength? But yeah, we're back. Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back.
I agree. I am welcome back. I'm amazing. Anywho, so did ideas gestate for how you were going to try and convince the Mechanicus that this is a good thing? Or at least to go along with this, one way or another.
I don't believe so.
Yep, that seems like a rousing no right now.
Captain's the only one that could really do it.
Captain's got the best chance for sure.
Well, just ideas in general in that case. Brainstorming as you walk the halls, looking for those sentient survivors.
I think going them as an authority is not a super bad call.
Yeah, well, why don't we just talk to them and see what they have to say, and then we respond in turn? Because I mean, it's a pretty good idea. I want to see what they have to say about it.
Yeah, I can get with that.
And what they have to say about the art just it being his idea.
Oh, I totally think we should play that up.
That's definitely going to give you a bonus to whatever check you're making. Appealing to them as an authority is a command check. That's where you're basically giving the fuckers orders and trying to, through force of will, make them follow those orders. So you make it back to the inner sanctum, your small group with whatever limited entourage you would bring to a diplomatic meeting. Diplomatic-ish.
I don't think Hodor is going to be there, just because bad experiences with diplomatic meetings and Hodor being there.
I would just take down your fellowship.
Does he want to actively murder anybody here?
No, but that wouldn't stop him from trying to intimidate people.
The question we really need to ask ourselves is, does Hodor want to passively murder someone here?
Like, hate someone into submission? Just hate someone so hard they die?
No, just like really casually murder a person.
I was just gonna say, like, does your face hurt? Because it's killing me! I would call that passive.
You just to casually murder someone in Shadowrun, you can totally build a character, an adept who can do that.
Well, Flint actually does murder people with her face.
She does that too. That is true. That happens. That's reality.
Sorry, I'm almost done here.
Okay. Yeah, in Shadowrun, like adepts or like magical martial artists, you can get a power that makes your fists lethal weapons like guns. And then another one that lets you like store up the damage of your punch to actually hit the person later. It's like you punch someone, it doesn't do anything. Then a few hours later, they're walking down the street and suddenly your punch actually hits them.
Oh, kind of like that vibrations thing in 5e?
Quivering palm.
But you can do a higher level version of it where you don't get your strength bonus to the attack, but you still get your magic damage. And all you have to do is touch them, just like brush past them in a hallway. And then they're walking down the street and suddenly they fly to the side like someone shot them with a shotgun. Like an hour later.
I would do that.
Just like give them a little pat on the shoulder. Or get distance strike and finger gun someone to death. Anywho, but yes, so your entourage, apparently minus Hodor, although he's more than capable of being in via Vox.
Yeah, I'll Vox in.
In.
I still want to know what's going on.
Telepresence.
I actually thought of a way you could use Intimidate here.
Oh, yeah?
Oh yeah, you could describe all the horrible things that could happen to the holy relics they guard if they aren't wise and get them out of there. Completely truthful, threatening, and non-destructive to our cause.
This is true.
Not that we should get used to having Hodor go around saying, "This is nice place. Be shame if things were to happen to it."
Not without getting my fedora. And a pinstripe suit. Okay, so yes, your group comes upon the inner bastion of the tech priests. Potentially Hodor there? If he agreed with this beforehand?
Yes, Hodor is there.
Okay, so the whole of your group. Sexy skin-tight suit assassin. And the three people who will actually be talking. And someone with three eyes.
Demon!
3 eyes and 3 things of
Yeah.
wine.
Josh, did you ever feel like Master Chief on Martellus?
Why is that?
Because of the little Covenant guys, I'll call you the Demon.
Oh yeah. What was the specific thing? Like some sort of shadow demon?
The Black Demon is what they
Black
call
demon?
it. Because you were in a black skin-tight bodysuit with a skull for a face and you murdered everything and apparently couldn't be harmed.
Yeah. I did like that.
One second. Okay, so the leader of the Tech Guard regiment, what's left of it, steps forward as your group approaches. What is the meaning of your return here?
Well, we're trying to solve the local orc problem, you may recall, and we have an idea that everyone will be better off if we work together on it.
Elaborate. We are pleased to have reclaimed the Vox Tower.
Sorry, I had two people talking to me. What?
We are pleased to have reclaimed the Vox Relay Tower with your assistance. What is your plan?
Well, we're planning a very special orbital bombardment for the orcs by the gate, and we're a little concerned that it could get out of hand and do some damage locally.
Do you have no other plans? We are concerned that further damage to the bastion could cause damage to the relics contained within.
Well, that's why we're here today. What we'd like to do is help you to move the relics off-site so they're not at risk.
Move the relics.
As opposed to keeping them here where they could get damaged in battle or taken by the orcs. Yes.
What is there to move potentially?
aside from the archives deeper in the bastion. The main gates of the bastion have stood for thousands of years. They were carried here piece by piece by the original Magos that settled this outpost. Each of the artillery batteries is a Dark Age relic.
Well, some sacrifices have to be made.
But if we move things in advance, as little as possible will be sacrificed.
We are more than willing to lay down our lives in battle against the Orc menace. But the sacrifice of the machines of this bastion.
Wouldn't it be better to lay down all the orcs' lives and not lose any of the Emperor's lives or any of the holy technology?
This would certainly be preferable, although by the sound of your plan, the loss of holy technology is inevitable.
Not inevitable. We don't know it's a sure thing. We simply think that the risk is sufficient that everyone would be better off if we moved it to the ship for safekeeping temporarily.
And make a charm at plus 30. Well, plus 10 right now. Plus 10.
What's that you say? Plus 30?
Plus 10. 1, 0, 10. A little straight doodle with the circle doodle next to it.
So 30. Well, you never seen a street that was curvy? And I made that check at 10, not 30.
Right, I see. Merely for safekeeping. A precaution.
Entirely.
With added manpower, we may be capable of preserving the more easily transported relics here. What is the nature of this bombardment?
We're gonna throw a ship at the planet. Not our ship, the smaller one.
The smaller one.
The Xenos one.
You intend to throw the Xenos cruiser at the gates of the Lost City.
Yep.
That would be, of course, the most essential outlines of the plan. It has a number of moving parts, but that's the outline.
The tech guardsman looks back amongst his fellow soldiers. You may wish to speak with the Magos.
Oh, sorry, didn't we say it was the Archmagus' idea?
The Archmagus. The one
The
who
Archmagus.
accompanied you.
The
Very same.
Wow. That's Jinx.
So what are you? Are you a Coke now?
Sure.
I don't know if they have coke. Maybe the carbonated blood of your enemies?
I mean, isn't that just new Coke?
Maybe. Sense to me.
Cornicola.
There we go. That's good. Let's cut it at that and leave it there. That should be the joke we go out on. So, Cornicola is where we're stopping that one. And you should certainly speak to the Magus of the Bastion.
What is he, in the libraries or some shit?
Yes, he is tending to the relics.
By the way, I picture Thaddeus saying those exact words. Was he in the library or some shit?
I'm pretty sure he gets penalties in like official situations specifically because he's a Death Worlder who would say that.
Yeah, but my character's paranoid in informal settings is what the specific is. I suppose you can call this quite formal.
There's more formal. You're not wearing a fancy shirt at a party
Yeah.
or a ball or a gala. Hodor and Thaddeus at a gala.
That wouldn't work.
I was gonna say, wasn't that our last mission?
Yeah,
Kind
no,
of.
I didn't go to the gala.
Yeah, only the a few people went in. We was out back. Well, I was out.
There was so much good booze.
So you are taken down into the deeper libraries, yes. And the Magus of the Bastion is there. Well, most of them. He seems as if he has undergone a bit of injury since the Orcs' landfall. Notably, he appears to be a torso ahead and some mechandrites.
Isn't that most Mechanicus folk?
Most Mechanicus people have arms and legs.
Oh,
So he's half the man he used to be.
well, does he not have metal arms and legs?
At one point, he probably did.
Wow, but no longer.
Not at the moment. Looks like he has been blown apart to various degrees. There are various servitors in the process of patching this and that, as he has got about not servitor arms, mechandrite arms on his back he's using to pick at various pieces of technology around him. He doesn't see you at first. He's facing away from the door. When he hears someone coming, there's a screech of binary static from his vocoder. Which the tech guard responds in kind before he turns around and looks at you all.
I like how that's a form of speech. Just like screeching white noise.
Yeah, everyone sounds like a 56k modem in the Mechanicus.
I'm just picturing a couple of Mechanicus walking up to each other and doing the handshake noise. Me, doom, 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 doom.
Dev just went down knowing this is going to happen and brought like earplugs.
The tech god has told me of your plan. You intend to crash a Xenos vessel into the holy gates of the lost city.
From what I've been given to understand, they are more than capable of withstanding it, whereas the masked orcs in front of it are not.
The potential for damage to this bastion is great.
Which is why we'd like to work with your people to move the most fragile and most endangered artifacts while we do this.
Make another charm.
Still plus 10?
Still, well, no, plus 30. Plus 30. You guys finally mentioned them, the Magus.
Such success.
If it is the will of the Archmagus, he is one of those privy to the secrets of this project. If he believes that it is worth the loss of this bastion that he fought so hard to establish, we are willing to see it lost if it means the recovery of the secrets of the lost city.
Well, ideal case, it won't be lost, but we do want to be prepared for anything as much as possible.
Are you able to devote work crews to assist?
We can certainly do that. As well, of course, as the use of our teleportarium.
Then I agree. My tech guard and servitors that are still present will transfer what relics we can move to your vessel.
Excellent.
The Messiah will look poorly upon your efforts if they are not successful.
Rest assured, we do not make these decisions lightly. The fact that we're here speaking right now proves how serious and well thought out we're trying to be about this.
I will respect the Archmagus's decision, and yours, for the time being. See that the sacrifice of these machines is not made in vain.
We shall.
They have served the Emperor far longer than any of us have been alive. And he's carried out with, well, not so much carried out, carried about by servitors as he tries to gather together various bits and pieces of technology from around the room that he wants to carry with him. Servitors coming in, and you guys presumably bringing your ship people down.
So yeah, normally I'd hand it off to Gaius to organize the work crews and teleportarium access, but I'm sure we have someone filling that role without him here.
Of course.
I always assumed Romeo did it. He's the bosun.
Yeah, that is a thing that Romeo would do. Low-level work crews for an important job, that's totally Romeo's wheelhouse.
Alright, so I guess that's happening then.
Alright. So the tech priests are apparently cool with the plan as long as it's successful. They might be perturbed if you fuck it up. Which then makes it a matter of just getting the Gretchen to do the thing and then launching that assault. Assault launch. Of course, the Gretchen don't really require significant effort for that. They are more than happy to try and get in position and shoot lasers at orcs. Ooh, they rolled a 1.
Wow.
They are so in firing position. They're in perfect firing position, exactly over the target.
Yay!
Okay, that's good.
And they successfully lance over them too. So well, or at least they are in the process of successfully lancing whilst you guys are doing your shit. So, in orbit, you witness the Gretchen, the Revolution cruiser, moving itself into position and starting to power up its lance battery.
I'm charging my lasers.
That is what they're doing. They're charging their lasers. So, you had a plan for how you were going to do that.
Was it not just all-out ship combat action?
I think you were essentially taking them by surprise, assuming the first thing succeeds.
Yeah, doing it from surprise would be best.
Can we ram them?
You can, but that has the potential to damage your ship, and doesn't inherently take out their thrusters.
Don't hit their ship with our ship.
Why not?
What's wrong with you?
It is totally a thing you can do. It's in the rules. Orc ships are made for it. That's part of why they run straight at you.
They're very heavy front armor just for that reason.
Yeah, but we don't.
True. But, I mean, it would help knock them out of orbit.
If you get a ramming prow, you can.
Yeah, just didn't we already have a plan? We're gonna tag them and take their shields off, and then send in murder servitors to do the thrusters.
Yeah.
Thought Romeo's thing was to just send in ships since that wouldn't require firing on them.
That also works.
I thought that was a backup plan in case the firing messed up.
Oh, okay. One way or another, someone will be leading the assault team of murder servitors. Precision strike.
Command check.
It is a command check.
All right, who beats 50 with a +10?
I got a 54 for the +10.
Better for it than I am, then.
All right.
Assuming he's not flying the ships to get the assault
That's a
team there.
compelling point.
This is all assuming that, what's his name? That one guy. Thaddeus.
What? Me? Why? Why me?
Yeah, assuming that fucker doesn't miss.
Isn't
Hey,
Hodor
man.
stupid good at leading assault teams?
It's rude!
No, Hodor's not good at leading assault teams.
Yet.
Yeah, you're working off like a 30 something.
Yeah, no, I don't have command, so I only roll like a 17 leading assault teams until I get like 300 XP into 3rd rank, and then I'll take command.
He's still succeeded multiple times though because you get
Because of the teleportarium and the murder servitors.
yeah, you get a pretty big bonus between those. Yeah, plus 40 total between the murder servitors and the teleportarium.
Can I have a name?
Let's see. I think the only people who could help you aim... Zennith can make a go at it, can't she? But she's also got the psychic power to let her add degrees of success under shooting.
But we only really need to get the thingy down. I mean, I'm shooting 2 guns and we're quite close, right?
Yeah, you've got 2 guns to shoot, but that hasn't been enough sometimes in the past.
True.
That's why I'm suggesting we double up on the raid teams if you do get through, just in case. Suspenders and belt, right? I mean, when we're dealing with dropping a ship on someone, you really want to not screw that up.
Although I probably will say, we hadn't done this in the past, but I've been thinking of it over the course of our last ship combat. Probably only 1 teleportarium assault per turn. You can still do multiple raiding assaults, but one of them would have to be Romeo's deal.
Yeah, and I just looked over the rules. The same person makes the pilot and the command check, so Romeo totally checks out for hit and runs on this.
Okay, so I'll lead the teleportarium team. You lead the hit and run if we don't manage it.
Sounds good.
And Hodor can whip fuckers into line to make the gun shoot better like he always does.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Sounds good.
Hodor in the coveted intimidating the augury people position.
Oh,
Yep.
no, oh no, that was Gaius. No, Hodor is intimidating vast swaths of people.
All right then.
Hodor's intimidation cannot be contained to one person. He is intimidating entire decks.
You hear that, Johan? You got off lucky this time.
Yeah, how is Tim Jones?
Jimothy. Just stand
All I remember,
John
all I remember
Stantonoble.
is to keep saying J names.
I still prefer John Stantonoble.
John Stantonople. If I was gonna make a what is it, monk class, I'd probably name it that. It's a good name.
Oh, missionary.
Missionary, yeah, sorry. That oh no, I already had it was Gifieri. That was gonna be my missionary class if Hodor dies.
Gifieri?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know if it was gonna be missionary class. It was gonna be like
No, that is the perfect name, man, because you can make him sizzle.
no. It was
Take
gonna
the
be
heat out of the
no. It
kitchen.
was gonna be the Psy guy, like the guys can like put their hands on fire.
Astropath.
No.
Spiker?
Psyker, yeah. There's gonna be a Psyker.
Astropaths are
Well, that's yeah. Astropath.
Well, he's gonna have like and he's gonna have like a catchphrase. He's gonna take everybody to Flavortown. I don't know.
I mean, missionaries do set people on fire a lot more because they're the flamethrower experts.
Oh, cool.
They also
Flavortown.
they know the way to Flavortown too, man.
They're like the only fuckers who get flamethrowers as an actual skill.
The flavor is usually just carbon.
I mean, I think some other people get them, but like later. But missionaries can get it a lot earlier.
I think it's a lot like the Voidmaster in piloting. Like, eventually a lot of people, a lot of different classes get piloting, but only the Voidmaster really starts with it.
Yeah, so... Hodor. Whip those fucking gunnery crews into line. And...
Okay.
Zennith, I guess a scrutiny check with Jimison is probably the more relevant thing here.
This ain't gonna go too well, but...
As I recall, you were the best bad person to make a scrutiny check.
Apparently.
Is it basic or the...
As I recall, scrutiny was basic. It's just that aside from Gaius, only Romeo had it, and Romeo's usually doing things other that take his time.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Oh, so close.
Damn it. Wait, did Captain give her plus 10? Doesn't.
I don't think I've assigned it yet.
The question is, would her success result in more than plus 10 for Thaddeus shooting the guns?
I don't know what I get from it. I can't remember. I get +5 from whatever the base outcome is.
Right, I think it's +5, and then like addition degrees of success would get you more.
Every 2 degrees gives you another 5.
Right, so I think Denev
Does that-
failing and you getting the plus 10, or Denev succeeding with the plus 10, either way, you're getting plus 10.
Yeah. That's a good point. Doesn't really change either way.
So yeah, giving your plus 10 to Thaddeus or Denev is the same end result right now. Unless Denev re-rolled and got better.
Something tells me I would re-roll and get way worse.
What? When has that ever happened before?
To be fair, is there any penalty if I get way worse? And then she just gives the 10 to Thaddeus.
I'm pretty sure there's no penalty.
Well, hey, look at it this way. You know who's never had a roll that bad? Hitler, because he's dead. So you're automatically better than Hitler by getting a roll that good.
How do you know if Hitler played tabletop games or not?
Well, he certainly never played Rogue Trader because he died before it came out.
True.
Therefore, Hitler never got a roll that good.
You think he died before it came out? You think?
Or wasn't
don't
there
know.
some like leaked FBI document that showed that he was in Brazil?
Hitler Jesus doesn't count.
Or not Brazil, Argentina.
Because he has both the powers of Hitler and Jesus, so he doesn't just count as Hitler.
Powers of Hitler and Jesus.
Yes, all the powers of Hitler and Jesus. That's what Hitler Jesus has, and we all know he's still alive, but he doesn't count. Anywho, yeah, that is definitely, Hodor can basically give +5 to however many shots Thaddeus wants to take.
How many can I take at a time? Is it just 2?
Yeah, it's just the 2.
Mm-hmm. Is Denev going to re-roll, or am I just getting the 15? 15 is probably enough, but we don't know. I'll go for it then.
Do it! Do it.
This is the non-good gun. Well, that succeeded with quite a margin.
Okay, so that at least hit.
Do I even need to roll damage? Or... I suppose I should.
Not for the first one. Or no, wait, that would still be multiple hits, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, it's still going to be the maximum amount of hits, which I think is 3.
Yeah, so... Yeah, do 2 damages. The first one doesn't matter. So just roll 2.
Yeah, that's roll 2.
Since you would still technically be dealing damage to the Gretchen vessel.
D10 plus 14?
That is what your damage is on your guns.
Woo! Yeah.
That's how that works. And gun number 2.
I think this is the sun's one. The first one was the macro, this is the sun's here. Is that enough for the critical thingy? Majiggy?
Pardon?
Like they don't. There's no righteous fury, but you have like if you hit all the shots, that's a critical.
It's your degrees of success that determines the critical. So your first one did indeed get a critical.
Both did, didn't they?
You need 5 degrees of success on the crappy gun, 4 degrees of success on the...
Oh, 4. Wow, that's upsetting.
Could spend a fate.
What to reroll?
Is it
No,
worth
just
No,
to add
to
a
give-
success.
Yeah, to add a success.
Oh, I could do, but I might just end up destroying it right now.
Yeah, we do kind of want it to hit the planet.
I mean, whether it hits
I
the
mean,
planet
even if you
as
Hulk it, it's gonna hit the planet.
It might not maintain its course properly, though. It technically still has engines pushing it forward.
I will not then. So I'll do another. I don't know how many. 3, 2, 3. How many hits? 3.
Yes, 3, I believe.
Oh, I don't know why the first one is just wrong,
Yeah, that's not physically possible.
but it doesn't matter. So we rolled it, and I
Yeah, that's significant. So yeah, that little ship took quite a beating.
Sorry.
Let's generously call that a beating.
sorry, not sorry.
I never understood that, but I like that phrase.
You're sorry that you are not sorry.
But well, that's just really disingenuous.
Yep.
Oh no, an orc
Point.
took over our our shooting place. Oh no. No, stop. We'll get that orc eventually.
Oh, he went onto your ship. I'm chasing him.
Cough hack. Oh no, he got away. Curse you, childhood asthma.
Oh, and despite the quality of those hits, information that you guys would have had and which would affect your decisions. The ship technically has 0 hull integrity.
Oh, what? So every one of those. So all of those are crits.
So we're rolling the crit able to see if you hulked it, right?
Frankly, at this point, I think you're rolling the crit table to see if it actively explodes right now.
Well, why didn't you?
But you cannot fire the second salvo, certainly.
What do you guys think?
I mean, our goal is to impact and not have it rain down in shrapnel.
Roll those first critical dice before you decide if you're gonna do a second volley. Is that cool?
So would the first 2 hits from the Mars pattern be crits?
And you just straight up had a crit because of your degrees of success.
Do you get degrees of crits from the Mars pattern?
Yeah, you need 5 degrees of success to do it, but yeah.
Oh, so it's just harder, right? So what do I roll for that? A D10?
Yeah, it's a D10 for the first one there. Oh, the lovely things.
1, thank God. A component. So I choose the thrusters then, if that's a component. Or if
It's not technically a component.
then.
And their main engines are their plasma drive, which you also can't hit.
Okay. Is the shields a component?
Yes.
Then the shields.
Okay.
It's now hold and depressurize.
Fantastic.
And did 2 hits count as crits? I don't know what happens with those.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know, but I'm just double checking real quick.
I think what happens is you apply armor reduction, and then whatever you got is what happens.
Yeah, the crit effect. So yeah,
Alright.
just double check what their armor is.
Well, it's just two of the same thing, whatever that is.
Their rear armor,
Which is going to be pretty shit.
because you did hit them in the butt.
Plus,
If you do 11 or more damage, you have
Rip.
to roll dice, and on a 10 you shoot them into the warp. On a 9 you explode the ship. On an 8 or 9 you explode the ship. On a 1 to 7 you hulk it, and we want it hulked.
well, at least 1 to 7's pretty good.
Alright, so let's see. Those were 21s, right?
Yes.
21s. How much armor do these little bastards have?
I still think more than us, even though it should be bad at the back.
Yeah, even their crappy rear armor is more than yours.
Is it 20 exactly? Because that'd do thrusters.
Is it more than 14?
You deal 5 with each one. You get a crit result of 5 with each of those.
Fire.
Fires everywhere. What do you want to be on fire?
Is it even relevant? Not their guns. Just anything that's not the guns. Like if they've got
Just remember, we tell Splack that they were working for the orcs again.
well, you can like thinking about Flack's feelings. It's Flack's feelings, you know.
No, I just don't want him trying to stab anybody in their sleep.
I love him like trying some sort of Gretchen and vendetta.
But so those are
See what
definitely
happened when
fire.
Gretchen had vendetta.
And I don't think any of those hits would actually hulk the vessel.
No.
You just let fun crit effects take place if you want.
Yeah, they're just holding on fire. And
And then if you wanted the second volley to happen.
well, they were pretty brutal, weren't they? Doing maximum damage on both hits.
You totally should do the second volley, because if you can roll a 9, then that means you just take out their thrusters, like
So
just in the volley.
I think I decapitated them.
Yes, you double hit their bridge and take out their auspex.
Would it stop them from maneuvering? Because that's just what we want to do.
Not hugely. I mean, it does fuck with them and penalizes their attempts to do anything, although they're already severely penalized trying to do anything because of the pre-existing damage and loss of crew.
Okay, well, sure.
Okay.
There's 2
And
less. So that's census damaged, I think.
yeah,
For the 19.
Sensors damaged and double decapitation. Certainly anyone on their bridge is dead.
That's how much explosive damage they take.
Is that twice?
Yep. 14 and 5.
Because double.
It's also depressurized as well because it was higher than 12.
Okay, so yeah, horrible things happening all across their ship. Just all of a sudden, everything is on fire. Things are back venting in the space. The bridge is just gone.
But the thrusters are still working.
The thrusters and engines are still working.
Oh, that's up to you, Captain. I did my
The
job.
Yeah, the engines are supposed to be. Okay, so you said plus 40 for the servitors and the teleportarium?
Plus 40 for the servitors in the teleportarium. Command plus 40. Do it.
It's still a really high roll.
1.7's good enough, though, right?
What is it with you and the skills you're good at getting shitty-ass rolls? I mean, yes, it's good
I know,
enough,
right?
But, well, I mean, theoretically good enough. They do get to roll a resistance check, but first off, they're Gretchen. Second off, you have screwed their crew to hell and back. So they get penalties for this exact thing. Just from not having enough men to resist you.
don't know. You think I should try and fate that and do better, or think it'll be good enough against their weakened situation?
It's probably fine.
All right then, let them oppose.
Okay, they cap out at minus 60.
They cap out. Oh, that's brutal.
Yes, and so end result, they roll a 60 and get minus 60. So that's like what, an equivalent of something horrific? Yeah, no, they don't. They don't even know what's happening. They're just Gretchen running around, screaming, wondering what the hell's going on. You're just kind of walking through the ship. They don't even notice you.
Definitely get servo skull footage of that. Do the badass don't look at explosions thing as we go.
Just slow that down, add it to the Christmas reel. Empress meal.
Oh yeah.
Okay, and so you can straight up take their thrusters and also hull something.
What's left options wise?
Anything that's not the bridge, which wouldn't matter because the bridge is depressurized now, in addition to not really being there. Or the main engines. Pick something that's not either of those, and it's depressurized into space.
How about life support, just for gets and jiggles?
Okay, I don't know what's on fire, but definitely there's at least 2 components on fire. And Romeo, did you still want to attempt your air run?
Nah, it's totally fine.
Okay. Oh wait,
Not even gonna risk. The thrusters are gone, right?
Actually, do roll 1d10 to figure out exactly how badly you damage the thrusters. You still have to roll for that. That is a 5. Okay, their maneuverability is merely reduced, not completely eliminated.
Okay, then I guess I gotta roll pilot and command.
Make those rolls.
Yo, that's still a pass because I'm good at piloting.
Okay. They try to shoot you down, but again, morale and number penalties.
Do you not get to reroll because you're a dude?
Oh yeah, no, it's a success. You only get to reroll failures, and that's still a success by 6 points. I have a plus 10 on piloting starships and fighters, and my agility is 61 now.
Nice.
Okay, so your ship.
But how much is the teleportarium bonus? Because I don't think I'd get that.
20. It's 20 and 20, so you're only getting a plus 20 bonus to command.
Okay.
I
am going to fate point that one.
That seems wild.
That is a lot better.
How many degrees is that ship?
6.2.
Okay, so that's an engine's crippled result.
On the Krita chart. Okay, cool. I'm gonna try to cripple the engines again, though. Alright, I'm gonna roll a d10. I think that's good. Yes.
Yeah,
that's
that's completely wrecked.
And then also roll another d10. Okay, yeah.
Oh shit.
Their thrusters are offline, their bridge is gone, most of the ship is on fire or exposed to space, although it won't be in space for very long. And also, you shut off all of their engines and power.
Hooray! And then we leave.
It is now a flaming brick leaking atmosphere and screaming grots into the void as it streaks down to the planet's surface.
We're just piping in like Ride of the Valkyries through all of the ships as they leave.
There was actually a comic that had like almost exactly the same situation, except it was Space Marines voluntarily crashing their ship into a demon. And they had Space Marines up on top of the ship playing electric guitars as they crashed it into the surface of the planet.
Yep.
So Space
Fly
Marines,
me
in
closer.
addition,
I want to hit them with
Wait,
my
wait, wait.
axe.
Space Marines. You're telling me practice electric guitar in their spare time?
It was a parody comic, although it early Space Marines, that's totally a thing you would possibly see before they got most of their current lore written.
The way I picture this happening is just like Romeo and the raid team are just flying away, and then once they're out of turret range, they just like stop and turn around, and they all light cigarettes and watch.
Okay, so they would be screaming over Vox channels if they had power. They don't have power though, so they are just careening down with what little teeny tiny bit of engines they have left. They certainly don't have anything to reverse. I don't think your ships have reverses anyways. They certainly couldn't do it fast enough.
I'm boldly going forward because we can't find reverse.
I don't actually know definitively how much of their crew you reduced, but I don't think there's much left alive on that ship anyways after the bombardments and the raids and the fires and the venting into space.
Romeo's just happy that he got both of them in the end. He is the one who destroyed both ships in the end.
But okay, so and straight up with the naked eye looking out the windows at this point, the orc craft goes careening down onto the planet. And smashes into just that whole area around the Lost City's front gate. Okay. I rolled a 1d10 to see what happened. Fortunately, it was not a 10. The ship does not open a warp rift right in front of the gates.
Yay!
Sweet.
That was a possibility.
Was it 8, 7, or 8, or 9?
It was just straight up a 10. It does explode, though. That does happen.
Who was supposed to do that?
Hodor turns to the people that he yelled at. He's like, "This is reward for our hard work. Look at fireworks."
You see the growing mushroom cloud as it encompasses the landscape. On the plus side, there are probably very few orcs remaining on the planet in force. On the downside, you may have to figure out some other means of re-establishing Vox communications, and the Mechanicus will need somewhere else to live.
God damn it. As soon as you said exploded, I was so upset.
But you can see the explosion from orbit.
More tape for the Messeril.
Yeah, the radius of that blast, were it in space, would have been 6 void units. It's dampered a little bit by being on a planet.
Yeah, just a touch.
But yeah,
Holy crap.
So the fact that the planet is round does mean that the explosion doesn't go as far as it could, but this is definitely a large-grade ecological disaster.
Yeah, we're going down in void suits from now on. We may or may not have caused a nuclear winter.
Although the actual damage of the hits is relatively low, Starship-wise, only 1d10 plus, Oh, no, actually, I think it would be a little bit higher than your macro cannons. Little bit. I like 2. The point is, anything that could disagree with you down there is dead right now. I mean, the stuff on the other side of the planet might have... there's definitely survivors over there.
For now.
For now.
Okay, so how long until we can approach the gate?
Probably take a little while for work crews to clear stuff away from the area. Fortunately, as we were discussing before, plasma-based explosions don't result in the same kind of residual radiation that atomics do.
Oh, good.
Indeed.
Which is why the Imperium uses those, because then you can occupy a genocided area immediately, after the heat subsides.
Hooray!
Here's the thing that we're going.
Carpet?
Here's the thing that Roman proposes that we do is we should try to clear out the old area of the Bastion and let the Mechanicus do some kind of closing ritual or some kind of commemoration if they wish.
Yeah, support that.
Well, at this point, your primary concerns are work crews as opposed to military forces. I mean, you've got those. But now you're mostly industrial projects as you are preparing to open the gates of that lost city and see what the fuck is down there. That may or may not kill you.
So
Everything may or may not kill us. That's just like a thing in life.
Older will punch gate open. Not to worry.
So we're going to take the mobile platforms we didn't use down there with us, right?
As good as any.
Probably better than murder servitors.
Probably.
They're not as subtle as murder servitors.
I think anything that wants us dead there is going to know we're there. Or be so out of it that it's not going to matter.
What do you think was their first clue?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we woke up whenever we're going to wake up down there.
You get down there, and at ground zero, there's one orc with an umbrella that's shredded to pieces. Just sort of looking up.
Not even mad.
Ah.
I'm just impressed.
But okay, so, no, it is a ravaged hellscape down there of apocalyptic proportions. If this world had any native life remaining, it would all be dead now. Or dead very soon. Fortunately, there were no farmers on the planet, because all of their crops would be dead too.
It's a good thing we don't have to write up ecological impact statements for this stuff before we do it.
Backwater planet like this, there could be 50 billion people living on the planet. Nobody would care.
It was mostly orcs at this point anyway.
It was mostly orcs. And there weren't many people living here in the first place. It was just a Mechanicus outpost.
So we did a good thing today.
But so, still presumably in environment suits for hazardous chemical and fume and smoke reasons. You stand amidst what can only be described as the most epic carnage you have ever viewed.
I'll drink to
That
that.
is beautiful.
There isn't even any sort of blood or anything. anything anywhere near the door was just vaporized.
There's no gore. Hooray!
You have to look up at the door at this point. The door is no longer, like, buried slightly under ground level. It is now on a cliff face.
Okay, well, we've got servitors
Cool.
to make a ramp with.
The door doesn't look in the best of shape either, but it's certainly still there, and whatever housing it was attached to is too.
Romeo picks up a blackened rock just as a souvenir. It seems like a thing you'll want to remember.
I might want a piece of that to make a little piece of jewelry out of it. Heck, there might be plenty of
Because,
diamonds now that we've completely carbonized anything down there.
Yeah, I was going to say, I could see
diamond.
having a cabinet full of rocks labeled geological alterations I have made.
You have done that a few times.
We totally need to see if we made a diamond out of the planet at all.
But anywho, so the Mechanicus are indeed performing their rites at the, what little shattered remains there are of the Bastion. The Bastion survived relatively well compared to the earthen countryside. Starship explosions are serious business. And though whilst the Archmagus does attend the ceremonies, he finds his way back to you far sooner than the tech priests do. Well now, a bit more showy than I expected the effort to be, but nonetheless we appear to be successful.
Went off
It
without a
was-
hitch.
It certainly was something to say.
Oh, we don't expect anything less from us.
We have video if you want a copy later.
I am certain I shall find endless entertainment from it, but we have far greater prizes than the mere satisfaction of destruction in store.
More satisfaction to add to it.
The power of what you were just able to accomplish with essentially an improvised accident. The power that is contained in here, technology that predates the Imperium of Man.
Predates, so it's not even human.
Man existed long before the Imperium rose to power, Lord Crispin. Struck out across the stars and established many fledgling empires that are all lost now.
So this could even be pre-Dark Age.
Possible, if not Dark Age itself.
Hot damn.
It was able to sustain orbital fire at the crash of a vessel. Crash and detonation of a vessel. Are you not curious what wonders could lay within?
It's very impressive. I am curious
am.
of what is your key? What is the key?
A cogitator device that was recovered from the vault that you looted.
Do you know how it works?
I have studied the device. With the proper data rights, we can coax the machine spirits of the great doors to open.
Well, Archmagus, you hired us for our expertise in getting you here. And now we're waiting on your expertise to open this thing up.
I trust that you will be accompanied.
But of course.
Knowing what's behind those doors is about 3/4 of the reason why I'm here. The other quarter was the money.
Certainly do not take my previous words as being disingenuous. I do wish you all to share in the bounty behind these doors. You have more than earned it.
Well, let's just see what it is first.
We will need to erect a platform. The door is no longer at standing level.
This sounds like a job for the bosun to order around.
Yeah, I'm assuming Romeo's already tried to get that going.
Yep, erecting a massive scaffolding and ladders.
I'm assuming that once the tech priests get done with their rites, that their assistants will help expedite things. They've got big cranes and platforms and whatnot.
Well, they had big cranes until they blew up.
Oh, true.
Oopsie daisy.
They've got some servitors to help you with, that's about it, and their own personal technical expertise and ability.
Good enough.
But given time, it's, a couple days' work, but you do get a proper landing pad / platform established at the foot of the door.
Guys, we're going to open this door, and on the other side is going to be fucking Marcus.
Wow. I didn't think about that, but that could be a thing.
What if Marcus is really like some ancient old force of nature?
Well, like some sort of Necron Lord.
Or he just went back in time because of where the hell he went.
What if Marcus is like a smaller, not as glorious emperor?
I don't know, I see it as being more likely that he grows up into Slanesh.
Yes, I also agree with this.
Yeah, it could be a demon prince by now.
May or may not be a chaos god.
Oh, not a god, he'd be a prince. Did they do anything with that fifth chaos god? Or was that like just not a thing?
I forget it. I want to say his name was Malice.
I can't remember.
The point is that technically the rights to him were owned by the writer who made him, who no longer works for them, so they don't do anything with him anymore.
It is called Malice.
I think he was like essentially the chaos god of atheism. So every time you don't believe in the chaos gods, he gets power. Or every person who isn't worshiping the chaos gods is empowering him.
Okay, that's quite good, I suppose.
Because he's a chaos god who's empowered by not being worshipped.
Although he still seems to want the galaxies to burn.
He's probably just a dick who does that. That's the people description. A lot of them, many of them description with that describing them. Many of them.
What words are said then? I think.
Anywho, so all of you gathered round. High priest here to witness such a monumentous event. The Magus steps forward with the cogitator device in hand and begins the prolonged data rites to open the doorway. Great ceremonies, prayers to the machine god. gentle biddings to the machine spirits of the door itself. And after at least an hour of dry ceremony, there is a deep shudder and mechanical sound as the doors begin to slowly creak open and roll apart. And a great dark passageway lays before you. Leading into, well, yeah, it is still leading down relative to where you are now.
Great. Shall Holder lead the way?
I try to get a Sinus reading in there.
You can do up a Sinusines thing.
Sinus is a good call, seeing with sending in about 500 servo skulls.
You are not getting any sort of unusual warp readings from down there. There are no disturbances in the warp.
What does it look like on the inside?
Well, it definitely has the high ceilings and what do you call it? The cathedral-like roof line going down this tunnel that delves deeper and deeper into the planet. It definitely strikes you as having the aesthetics of the Dark Age technology that you've seen before, what little you have seen.
Nice.
Lord Hodor, I would think of none better to lead the way down into such unknown dangers.
Yes. Holder can't think of anybody better either. Shall we? And then I walked. I'm going to wait on Zennith's Sinus reading, but just so I'm a little bit more. I'm still going to go first, but I just want to be a little bit, as prepared as possible.
Certainly nothing warp related down there.
Okay.
Have Thaddeus do Overwatch with the Prey Finders.
I'll just go then.
I always am.
Oh, right. And were you doing servo swarms?
I don't think there's a reason not to.
Servo swarms! 1,000-strong servo swarms!
This is the exact reason we bought all these servo skulls in the first place.
It is the exact reason you bought them. So technically they're going first. If you can count servo skulls as going first.
As far as boots on the ground go at Todor, though.
It's just like Prometheus.
Well, let's hope that we're
Totally.
smart enough to move out of the line of roll of a giant rolling artifact.
By the way, the Prometheus thing is like the exact place I got the idea for buying a bunch of servo skulls for.
So the cloud of servo skulls floats off, their little blinky red lights slowly tapering off. Well, not all of them, as some of them hang back in areas as the larger cloud goes on ahead.
line of sight relays.
And also staying to take a more precise look at this stuff here. Thaddeus, of course, has his prey sense, as do Hodor and Zennith have their dark side.
And I have my little portable screeny doodad.
Yes, you have a tricorder.
Switching
assuming-
devices real quick.
I'm assuming the Eldar bike has a light on it, so...
What is a dark Eldar bike?
Yeah, I'm not sure whether they have dark vision or not. I wouldn't be surprised, though, considering they're pretty much just elves, and elves are famous for having dark vision.
I don't know if they'd necessarily have dark vision, but I assume they'd have goggles that gate. I assume they'd basically have presence goggles.
Got it.
But that doesn't mean you can't just like mount a flashlight on that easy peasy. You own flashlights.
Yeah, and I'm assuming there'll probably be lights on the armor Romeo will be wearing anyway. The Lost Alloy.
Yeah, flashlights and t-shirts.
And the tunnels aren't terribly large. But are you guys bringing any kind of escort with you?
Are the tunnels large enough to fit Romeo on the Eldar bike?
Yeah, they're large enough to fit Romeo on the Eldar bike. It's more of a width issue than a height issue.
Got it. Well, I mean, I assume that means we can't bring the, like, crazy artillery servitors then, right?
Technically, the artillery servitors are all dead. The Castellan robots is what you're looking for. And yeah, you can probably bring a couple Castellan robots with you.
Sounds
Couple
good.
astropaths.
Astropath's a good call. Especially because now we know there's no warp business down, or we can assume there's no warp business down there, which means that telepathy will be pretty reliable.
Definitely some murder servitors, because there are very few problems that do not benefit from having some murder servitors.
Okay, so like 2 Castellans and like 5 murder servitors, and a couple astropaths.
Yeah,
That seems
also,
alright. I mean, hopefully there's nothing particularly dangerous living down here, but with it being sealed for thousands of years.
a small amount of auxiliary tech priests would probably be good, although I'm sure the Magos is supplying those himself, and I totally trust his. And some straight up normal servitors in case you want to carry something.
And you guys could totally just have bulk servitors that you can bring with you.
Yeah. If we're like calling out command lists, then I think Romeo has access to those guys, so he would just take a bunch of those. He's very concerned with looting.
Yeah, like your full guards probably wouldn't be able to, all of you cramming your 10 plus dudes into the hallways.
Yeah, fair enough.
But a bit of servitor and robot support. And yes, the Magus does have his own people. Though they're mostly hanging behind whilst you guys surge up ahead. They're taking closer looks at stuff along with murder servitors whilst you're keeping an eye out for the bigger, more impressive stuff that doesn't require a tech priest's eye. After all, you have the captain and the Magus to deal with any major tech-related things.
Sounds fair.
Well, and something to mark where we've gone.
Servo skulls!
Just the breadcrumb of servo skulls just floating in the air.
And just have something marked off that we think is a reasonably safe path. Want to bring in more people later?
And the servo skulls up ahead are certainly are reporting that they've run into something. They're about 10 minutes down the line from you, but they appear to have uncovered a large chamber.
Ho ho.
And it is 10 minutes of walking further and further down this sloped tunnel until you arrive. But you do come upon a very large chamber with it's unlit aside from whatever lights you yourselves are bringing. But there are big floor-to-ceiling statues, at least a story tall. All
Human?
looking. They appear to be human, yes. All looking down on you as you enter the chamber.
Some photos of those.
Pardon?
I get some Servosco photos of those.
Oh, yeah. And best as you can tell from the servo skulls, roll awareness, everybody. Everybody awareness for your little dungeon delve here.
Ooh. Well, there was rolling awareness to see.
I don't know shit.
Tech use?
Holder
Yes,
is going to
do-
use things.
do tech use.
Holder sees stuff. And
Romeo,
hears stuff. Too.
Romeo unsees everything.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fair.
The light on Romeo's whatever he's using is just malfunctioning right now.
Oh no, I assume he just straight up tripped over a thing. Like he just hit a thing with his bike and he's very upset about it.
Funk.
Alright, so. Oh, okay, we just got to ask. Okay, yeah. So, Captain is mostly just getting the basic readings of this is a big ass room on her little tricorder. Zennith isn't getting much better just taking a glance around. Romeo is decently certain that he has eyes. Hodor, you're looking around with your darker sight here, and
And what do I see? What does Holder see?
yeah, both you and Thaddeus. I almost say this place looks like some kind of workshop. There's great machines built into the walls that look to be meant for manufacturing and analyzing.
That's troubling.
You don't know the specifics of them, certainly, but
Holder can build Mecha Hodor army. Oops, did Hodor say this out loud?
Romeo's gonna straight up ask the Magus, like what did they used to build in here, or what's your best guess of what they used to build in here?
it is quite a lot to take in. Best as I can imagine. He walks over to one of the tables there. Well, not so much a table as a massive analysis pad, gigantic workbench. I wonder if there are lights in here. Lord Captain, if you would be so kind as to assist.
But of course.
Let us see if we can illuminate the chamber. Make an Archaeotech roll. If anyone else has Archaeotech, they can help too, but I don't know of anyone other than Captain.
Nope.
Alright. you and the Magos working together, you're able to trigger, well, yeah, basically all of the ceiling lighting in the room, and the thematic underlighting of all of the statues. And with loud clunk, clunk, clunks for each banks of lights that come on. The statues appear to be of robed figures of some kind, not of any style of robe or uniform that any of you recognize. No insignia here that you recognize either. There are insignias around. But they are nothing that any of you have seen before. And there are enormous workbenches, giant servo arms attached to the walls. But you don't actually see any branching paths off of this room. For all that the Oshmagus was referring to it as a lost city, you're only seeing a giant hallway leading down to a single, albeit large, room.
Okay, can we set the servo skills to do an exact scan of the room? See anything that might be a hidden door?
You can indeed. They will do that. Meanwhile, the Magus, and indeed any of you that wish to, is pawing about the workbenches at the things that are half completed and being analyzed.
I'll scale the walls if I can.
What?
I'll scale the walls if I can.
I didn't think you were that bored.
There might be something up there. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm definitely in the workbench crew.
Look around just out of curiosity.
Wish I had 200 EXP for pilot personal.
Alright,
How much do I need?
roll tech knowledges for anyone who has them, certainly for the captain on the workbench. And yes, we're climbing the walls for Thaddeus.
Archaeotech, lore tech, or use tech?
Yeah, still Archaeotech in this case, probably.
Oh, I do have climb. I assume it's agility.
That would make sense to me.
I think Romeo's going to either awareness or scrutiny, whichever one's more appropriate, to try to look for branching paths or secret doors. But he's not really touching things too much. This is not his specialty, and he recognizes that.
Right, okay.
I've also got a grapnel, so I can sort of shoot on things and.
Yeah, the grapnel would probably definitely help here, rather than just climbing up a sheer wall.
Is there not anything on the walls? I thought it was like a whole workshop thing. Is there not anything on the walls? Because I thought it was just like a. I think there's like machines built into the walls.
There is shit on the walls. But like getting all the way up to the top.
Right.
Right, Captain, best is... Looks like there was a lot of, at least attempts at power sources here. They've long since run dry, as far as you can tell, if they were ever functioning in the first place.
Just trying to construct, like, batteries or engines or...
They seem to be of varying sizes. A lot of at least one side of the room's manufacturing appeared to be dedicated to it. And upon further investigation, as a bit of light catches your eye, one thing that appears to still be operational that rose up on a platform on one of the workbenches when the lights came back on appears to be some manner of glowing power source that is indeed still functional. It's surrounded by all manner of lenses, measuring equipment. It almost seems as if the workshop is attempting to replicate the generator.
Well, given that it's still running, I can see why.
Does it look human or does it look Xenos?
None of this stuff is within your usual sphere of what looks like what.
Okay, got it.
Certainly the whole room is Dark Age, at least. Don't see any inhabitants in there.
Alright, so the setup around this functional engine, I don't suppose any of it looks like it can be arranged in such a way as to power the room, maybe?
Not that you're seeing. Well, I call it the generator. It's not terribly large. It's about probably only up to your knee if you set it on the floor. But it is still certainly thrumming with life. Appears that this workshop area was analyzing it so that it could attempt to be replicated. But it doesn't actually seem to be plugged into anything here. The workshop doesn't appear to have been using it for power. And Thaddeus, as they are looking over these things, actually Romeo and Thaddeus make awareness checks.
Okay.
That is 1 point something degree of success.
Presence count?
Not in this case.
I feel like, yeah. Well, if it's sight or sound, then I get +10.
Okay, it is still sight, just not something Presence would help with.
Then I'll just do this +10.
Okay, both of you notice two of the big centerpieces of the room that at first appeared more, well, they just sort of blended into the myriad of machines that were everywhere. What at first you thought was just some sort of large central meeting table or a large workbench or some sort of audience platform appears to be a second door. A large one laid flat on the ground. And the ceiling plays host to a large winch mechanism.
Okay.
Romeo's going to tell the Magos about it, and then ask whether he wants to try to use the winch or whether we should just ask Hodor to do it.
The winch. Oh.
Well, there is winch.
I have no doubt, Lord Hodor. But this door does not appear to be meant to open from the winch in the first place. I believe the winch is meant to lower you.
No.
What could be down there, I wonder?
Oh, only one way to
Captain
find
looks
out.
up from her scanner next to the generator and says, could be anything, really.
Could be everything.
Any servo skull sized holes going down there at all?
Not that the servo skulls have found.
I'll go down there if you can open it.
I mean, hey, if we can get a crack in there, we can send some servo skulls in.
Okay, can we do anything about that door?
Well, Lord Captain, if you would be so kind as to assist me. Perhaps this door is not as rigorously sealed as the other.
Archaeotech again?
Archaeotech again.
I'm going to spend a fate point.
Boom, okay. The door does begin to crack. A great rush of stale air shooting straight up through it. And as it does, there is the wailing of alarms around you.
Buddy.
Can I make
Slightly.
security?
Pardon? What was that?
She wants to make a security check.
Oh, to accomplish what?
To attempt to reset the alarm so that A, it stops alarming, and B, any consequences of having triggered it or reset.
You can make the check, but at minus 20.
I can aid. I've also got security.
I am down with the assistance.
If it's agility security, then
Are you down with assistance?
then I'd probably have a higher score if it's agility. 'Cause that's what it
Probably
is.
mine's 52.
What kind is it?
Yeah, I can go with agility security on that one.
Then, if you don't mind, I'll do it and you assist me.
Okay.
Although,
Can I assist and smile?
you can, although do make a... Do make a raw agility check, Thaddeus.
Okay.
Okay. Have you taken any damage yet, Thaddeus?
I knew you was gonna say that. No, it's not.
No?
Am I going to right now, currently, at this moment in time?
Let's see. What kind of armor have you got on your leg area?
4?
4?
4?
All right. Because if you are definitely wanting to help out there, you had climbed up to the top of the room when this alarm was triggered.
That's correct.
You kind of have to dive down and like tumble, roll, get your hands on the thing.
Why is that?
Well, you could slowly climb down as the...
Well, I have a grapnel, so I could just lower me down.
That is
and
true.
I could,
You can lower you down.
Like unwinch the thingy at the top order. I'm not
Okay, so yeah,
sure how it works.
falling damage won't be relevant. The agility check still was to make sure you could get down in time and over in time.
Okay.
I'm gonna side note that Romeo hops on the elder bike and rushes for the door and says over Vox that he's gonna make sure nothing closes up on anybody. Because I could totally see that thing trying to lock us in, and fuck that.
That'd be hilarious.
All right. So yes, did you already make your security check?
Oh, I will do that now. What was
Okay.
he saying? Minus 20?
Minus 20, although with whatever assistance the captain gives you through helping and smiling.
That would cancel it.
Okay,
Yeah, it
do I
evens
need
out.
to make my check at minus 20 to assist, or?
No, you're just giving him plus 10 with the helping.
Okay.
And the smiley face, I'll give it a plus 10 because I don't want to fail this.
You did not fail it.
Okay, so
I am happy.
just as Thaddeus is tweaking the triggers that the captain and the Magos incidentally set off, it is just as several apparent sentry guns pop down from the ceiling that Thaddeus was just occupying. and several passages slide up around the room, revealing things that are far more frightening versions of the robots accompanying you.
Oh.
But none of them appear to progress to an active stage.
I guess none of them are powered anymore.
More like you got them just before
Oh, right.
they triggered. They are there, they appear to be powered.
They're just not doing shit.
They just didn't flip from passive to active mode because you got it just in time.
Holy shit.
Right, new rule. Check the doors before we open any more. Apparently they were more security conscious than it appeared on first glance.
And Romeo racing back up the passage.
That's the thing.
It does appear that the big old door way at the end of the tunnel is starting to close.
Shit. Okay.
We had servitors building a platform outside, get some of the supports and jam them in the door.
Yeah, I was about to say, what's the biggest thing I can put into the doorway to make sure it doesn't close? Because that's the thing that he tries to make people do.
The door, it survived impact of a cruiser.
It survived
your,
the
like,
impact, but
masturbate-
that's different from shearing through something that's been put in it.
I just mean, like, it's like its power is probably going to be like big enough to not give a fuck.
Well, basically your issue is time at the moment. Basically, you've got enough time to shout a single command over your microbead to the people at the end of the tunnel. So essentially, what you can stick between the door is your bike and servitors. The servitors that can walk to the door before it closes, and you jamming on the throttle to just slam your bike into the door before it closes.
So he gets the servers to do that stuff, and he's not willing to sacrifice his bike because he's greedy.
I think that's the point of no return anyway.
No, he's gonna definitely tell the servers to go in. Even if it's not wide enough to fit a person, if it's wide enough to wedge something in, they could try to do something with it later.
Okay, well, the servitors are stepping in, and they're at least trying to hold the door open. They're not having a lot of success.
Let me try.
You're not even close to it.
Can I run there?
Romeo can only make it because he's on a crazy whiplash speed hover bike.
What if I do my super Hodor charge?
Yeah,
Well,
dude.
it takes like 10 minutes to walk down that corridor. So-
It takes 10 minutes to walk there, and Romeo just got there on a 400-kilometer-per-hour bike.
He's not able to fully open it up because of, turns and shit. But yeah,
It's like I
point
said,
is,
jam a girder in it.
I mean, yeah, we're jamming whatever the hell we can in there right now.
there's a possibility Romeo could
Except
get
your
out.
bike.
That'd ruin everything, though.
Would help if he brought the key, maybe. And just open it again if it works like that.
True.
Well, the Magus has the key.
Yeah, all the way down here at the end of the corridor.
It might be like a normal key. You can like open it both ways.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
Romeo
can
can
hope.
Romeo can make the decision of whether which side of the door he wants to stay on. But the servitors don't seem to be having much luck in these crucial moments.
Romeo stays on the inside, and I think he's gonna let them get scrapped between the doors. Maybe just the metal will let something stay wedged open, but
Unless you explicitly tell them not to, they're servitors.
yeah, I know. Yeah, he's gonna wait and watch some servers get crushed and maybe see something wedged open, but otherwise, nah, he'll just go and report back at the end of it.
Alright. Yeah, the servitors don't have a lot of luck there. Meanwhile, the Magus seems far less concerned about any of this and is peering down into the shaft revealed by the opening of the door in the floor door.
All right, so yeah, if you call that in, the captain's gonna ask you to look around for an opening mechanism on the inside of the door.
All right, I'll do my best. But Lord knows I don't know what the hell I'm looking for. Or sorry, Emperor knows I don't know what the hell I'm looking for.
Well, you did see us open the door in the first place, yes?
I saw the Magus do a bunch of stuff. Doesn't mean I understood it.
Yeah, fair
He
enough.
does. He doesn't have Forbidden Lord Xenos or Tech use right now. So like
All
he
right, well, just
basically
just
doesn't know
get
what
us a
he's looking
thorough
for.
scan with the servo skulls and come back.
Yeah, all right, I can do that.
And hopefully, we'll be able to identify the opening mechanism on the interior from the scan, or from going and looking later.
Or
But
maybe
I'd like to
finding
be
another
able
way
to
out.
maybe finding another way out. I would like to have at least a way out available before we have to run for it. Because
Why
I'm
would he have to
guessing
run
that we
for it?
lost.
Robbie has no idea about the things that almost shot everybody to death.
Right. So when the alarm went off, there was a security system that was activated, and while all the parts of it that are for shooting people appear to have been turned off, they're here.
Oh well, that's great.
Well, at least we have some idea of what the security system looks like.
Yeah, the Magos said it could wipe out the entire planet, so there's probably other exits out. Worst case scenario.
Or we go deeper and find like a reset everything button.
Speaking of deeper, anything on the servo skulls yet?
Well, they're only just now heading down that tunnel. Since they
Was
need
it,
to
is
know.
it tunnel going downwards?
Yeah, that's what the giant door that opened and you disarmed the alarm
Yeah.
on does. The servo skulls haven't returned anything of note about the rest of the areas that you've already been through, but they do make their way down.
Also, the doors that opened in the room, are they just like little closets, or do they have hallways behind them?
They are little closets. I mean, it looks like they have maintenance arms inside. It's like they are meant for maintaining and reassembling the robots.
Yeah, speaking of robots, those are actually quite interesting. Do they appear to have any organic components?
Not that you can see.
Holy shit! Are these heresy?
It wasn't heresy when they were built.
I mean, they could be
You
AIs
asked the
though.
question.
Yep.
Well, if they're AIs, then they're heresy.
Well, they're not doing anything, so they're not AI.
We shut them off before they did anything. But yeah, I'm going to be scanning these now while we're waiting for the returns from the down door.
But if they're AI, then they wouldn't really just be shut off.
I mean, they could.
Do I actually know about anything about the Men of Iron legend?
About the what legend?
Men of Iron?
Yeah, given the sorts of things you know about, I'd say you probably know at least the broad strokes of the Men of Iron.
So yeah, that these don't have any obvious organic components is super intriguing, and I am totally going nuts with the tricorder over here.
I mean, obviously you've seen robots with non-organic shit before. You have some accompanying you from the Mechanicus Armory. But you do know that it was not always the regulation that things used to be different for the creation of robots. Yes, do make your tech use check for going over them. Meanwhile, the Magos appears to have commandeered the controls for the winch and has brought it down to your level. Hodor.
Yes.
I believe I require your assistance.
What does it need?
Though shockingly simplistic for the technology of this place, it appears this winch was to carry a platform up and down. I believe we may need to reattach it manually. We'll need to lift it and drag it over here.
Okay, Hodor can do this. Do I need to do a strength test, or is it just something I can do?
Do a strength test. Servitors are helping you a bit because it is pretty big, but it's mostly Hodor.
I don't know. I can lift like. Didn't we figure out that what I can lift is just beyond the confines of?
Yeah.
Anyway, passed. It's beyond the confines of like what's reasonable. It's like 10 tons or something.
Right. The servitors still have to help you just because of the size of the thing. You can take the
Okay.
weight with the bulk, balancing out center of gravity and whatnot.
This is true.
Yeah, so Hodor, muscles bulging, lifts this great big ass elevator thing and reattaches it to the winch hook. Well, I intend to descend.
Shouldn't we wait for the servo skill returns?
Wise. Although unless it is immediately going to kill us, I will be descending regardless.
Still, good to
Romeo
know what you're
wants-
moving into.
Yeah, Romeo just wants to make sure that we can still get telepathic and possibly Vox messages out, and then he is also ready to descend.
Vox, no. The astropads are still able to make contact with their fellows on the surface.
Cool.
My Senisians from before would have continued, like, as far down as this goes, right? Or should I make another one?
You can certainly make another one this far down.
Are some of the tech priests going to stay up here? I'm assuming some of them are going to stay up here and keep poking at things, right?
Oh yeah, they're definitely going to be looking over all of this stuff.
All right, we'll deposit one of our astropaths up here just in case. Make a relay if we need one.
Oh right. And you do eventually get the returns from the servo skulls. Many of them have headed off ahead, but they've found what seems to be some kind of established landing area for the elevator.
How far down is it in like meters?
About 100.
That's exactly how much my grapnel does.
Right, well, it's not crawling with Tyranid or anything terrible.
They haven't been assaulted by anything as of yet.
If it can keep
Good
out an
enough.
exploding orc ship, I'm pretty sure it can keep out Tyranid.
Tyranid can be startlingly resilient. Or not resilient, penetrative? They show up where you don't expect them, as I understand it.
Sometimes.
It could be an hibernation for like a long time, potentially. I'm gonna wait till after the lift goes down. I don't trust the lift.
Alright.
Hodor will go on left.
I'll get my down.
Well-
I'll get myself down afterwards.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is the winch automatic, or do we need Hodor to crank the lift?
The winch is automatic. The whole thing is indeed motorized, but the winch seems to be multi-purpose for dragging either large shit up or the elevator up and down.
Okay, well,
Modular.
not that I'm not fascinated by these non-organic humanoid devices, but I will be joining the down team, I believe.
Yeah, probably let's do that. Was there anything off the Zennithians?
No, you didn't get anything off of there. Nothing of note, nothing unexpected, and that's a pretty damn good roll. Enough for you to be pretty confident that there is nothing weird warp-wise going on down there.
Just weird plenty of other ways. Well, carrying on then.
Alright, it is some time. You know, going down 100 meters takes a little bit. Not too long, a little bit. You make it down. Thaddeus shortly after you. The servo skulls have things lit up with their little flashlights. Area is certainly black. There's more of that workshop and analysis equipment down here. And several branching tunnels that head off in 3 directions.
Anything like the intact generator upstairs?
Nothing here at the moment. It's various metallic shards that are under analysis on the workbenches here.
Okay, and is there any reason to pick one of the 3 branching hallways over another?
The servo skulls are scanning them, but they haven't determined anything of greater or lesser importance down any of the tunnels so far.
I'm gonna look at the Archmagos and kind of shrug my shoulders at the corridors and then start scanning the metal fragments. Are they like shrapnel, or like, hey, we found this thing in the ground, or like...
They look to be fragments of devices. They definitely look manufactured, although broken. And you are definitely getting some strange returns on them.
Strange how?
They're giving off an odd energy signature. One you haven't scanned before.
So at the very least, we found a bunch of interesting questions.
And it is indeed just like metal, not mechanisms or anything.
You said it seemed like they were pieces of something, though?
Fragments, yes.
I'm guessing my tricorder probably isn't intelligent enough to scan the pieces and see how they might fit together.
No, you're not even sure if they do fit together. And presumably Thaddeus comes down onto the roof of the elevator a few moments later.
Yeah, yeah.
Descending special operations style.
He's just so cool.
I just didn't trust the lift.
Romeo's gonna ask to borrow the captain's plasma pistol.
Okay.
He just says, like, what happens if you shoot one of the shards? It says it's giving off weird energy, right? How do you think it's going to interact with another kind of energy?
Why not try kinetic
Uh,
first?
Yeah, I think that you should probably place it away from any other samples and any people before you attempt this.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll do that.
And don't stand next to it when you do this.
Okay. Yeah, I do all those things. If you want me to roll to try to hit it, I will do that. But I'm assuming I can just hit it because this seems pretty routine.
This is fairly routine, although the Archmagus does lean over to the captain and note, "This is the sort of experimentation that the Mechanicus frowns upon."
Yep, standing back.
If Remo can hear him say that, he'll just be like, hey man, if I'm going to not do this, I won't do this. I'm just curious. And there seems to be a lot of these little bits around.
The traditionalists frown upon it. They would not even be here.
Cool, light him up. And then he proceeds to do so.
Okay. It has roughly the expected effect of blasting a piece of metal with a plasma weapon. Wasn't quite big enough to punch a hole in, so it's just kind of like vaporized.
Anything happen afterwards?
To the vaporized metal fragment? No.
Wow, that was fun.
Yo,
Very
it was so
sarcastically.
fun. Remo's going to look for a bigger piece.
No, one piece was enough, Mr. Gray.
Alright,
Although,
alright.
awareness. Everybody awareness.
Oh, here we go.
Do awarenesses. Do it. Do it.
I'm going to
Heck
fate point
yes.
that. I didn't do much better. Holy crap, Zennith. Light pours out of your face.
Which is strange
Well,
because it's full of
that
darkness.
does happen. Hey, there's light in the warp. You don't want it to shine on you or look at it, but it's there.
I'm just saying
Or
she
be
has
disposed
black
of it in
eyes.
any way.
What kind is it? Because it changes everything. It changes everything!
Yeah, prey sense is relevant here.
Okay, I get a ridiculous bonus.
You do. Isn't it like 30?
Wow. No, it's 45.
Wow, that's still horrible.
Yeah.
I'm willing to bet that there's probably a security system that gets engaged if you do things like fire a plasma weapon down here.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Thaddeus thinks he sees something out of the corner of his eye. Hodor can attempt an awareness check, although...
Yep. Yeah.
I really didn't like the sound of that.
Okay, yeah. So, Hodor and Thaddeus both glimpse something out of the corner of their eye, they think. The slightest hint of movement. Whereas Denev definitively sees that all of the other metal fragments shifted just a little when Romeo vaporized the one fragment.
Oh, they're all connected.
Oh my god, the rocks have feelings.
Maybe they were from the same thing.
Romeo painted the roses red.
Okay, did they move towards the piece that was shot, away from it? Does Deneb know?
The movement wasn't significant enough to tell.
all just sort of rattled.
If I scan them again, have they changed in any way?
Not that you can discern.
Should we go down the corridor now?
Probably best to leave further investigation of this for later.
There's actually 3 corridors.
I just said one of them.
None of them have revealed themselves as being more or less important than the others.
Right, we were just waiting on anything back from the servo skulls.
Well, the Magus chimes in. It appears that our little friends have returned nothing of importance or threat thus far. Why not this passage? Idly glides his hand towards the center one.
It's as good as the others.
Romeo says he's going to scout the right one. He's got speed advantage on everybody. He might as well use it.
As you desire, Lord Grey.
Don't worry, I won't mess with anything, really. I'm smart enough to not go mucking around in things I don't know.
It's best not to suppress that, but if we go there, it's fine.
He does at least have the speed to his advantage to get back to you guys.
Yeah, he's just going to scout ahead, see if there's anything interesting, turn back.
Alright, so the Prime Group, heading up the central corridor. The further you go, the architectural style certainly seems to change a bit, although not terribly different from the Dark Age tech that you'd seen before. Things definitely start becoming more utilitarian and angular.
Any branching corridors, side rooms, anything?
You do come across the occasional branching corridor or side room, which of course the servitors have, or the servo skulls have swarmed all around.
Hmm.
So I'm guessing nothing of particular note in those then.
There are signs of some of the equipment from whoever the research and manufacturing area above belonged to. But further in, it's not installed. It seems to be portable things that were left here. Tools and mobile units. And Romeo.
Yes.
You're zipping down that second corridor.
Yep.
There are, of course, all of little side rooms and such, but I assume you're looking for something a little more significant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're whipping along, certainly a shitload faster than the servo skulls do. Are you intending to outpace their radius? You could do so very quickly.
Yeah, he's feeling adventurous.
Okay, the group has probably been traveling for, I don't know, 5 minutes up their corridor at this point. A little more. You've been whipping along on a Dark Eldar jet bike through the hallways.
Is my tricorder capable of a sketched map?
It's only got a 50-meter radius on its scans.
Right, and then just like basically save and connect the scans.
I'm gonna say sure. Don't see why not.
Neat.
Yeah, so you pass multiple little capillary passages and side rooms that serve purposes you couldn't imagine. But eventually, the passage comes to a larger chamber, apparently its parent chamber.
Cool.
And this does coincide with something for the group as well, but I will note what you encounter first. Or no, wait, it's more fun if they encounter something first. Hold on. Awareness, everybody. Except Romeo. Romeo's awareness comes later.
Bonuses?
It's auditory.
I get 10.
Failure with a capital P.
Hear all the shit.
Zennith does hear everything. Her ears absorb all of you.
Yeah, if that's my awareness instead of my tech use, then I feel horribly.
Tech use would be relevant here, just for detecting things at a distance. You are definitely detecting movement. Closing.
Looks like we have company incoming.
Then if you hear scratching, skittering, lots of it. Lots of it.
I'm
A
gonna,
lot of something. They're here.
I'm gonna go and hide.
I'm trying that is like he's good at hiding me.
I am going to ready my sword and shield.
Oh, right. So Thaddeus is like ducking off to hide in one of the little capillary rooms.
I'm hiding. Well, but yeah. Stealthing, whatever.
Oh, right.
Turning on his sneak animation.
Crouching.
Crouching.
Crouching is synonymous with stealth.
It's true.
It is. That is true. True statement.
Skyrim taught me that.
Exactly.
As did
It's
all
like
other
Deus
games.
Ex every game, yeah. Literally every game. World of Warcraft. But or any MMO. I need to remember what bonuses I get to these things.
Should write them down sometime.
I will do that as soon as I know what it is.
Perhaps in some sort of sheet detailing your character.
I have my own. It's a notepad.
It's terrible. I've seen it.
Don't you disgrace my notepad.
I will disgrace the shit out of your notepad.
And my notepad sheets end up pretty terrible too, so don't feel too bad.
No, that just means you should both feel terrible.
Plus 30, I think, if it's concealment.
Okay. And,
Fuck you.
okay, and Romeo, do roll your check as... Yeah, Romeo, roll your check as well. There's shit that you're going to see regardless of what you roll, but let's see what all you pick up exactly.
Hey, that's a success by 0.5 success.
Okay, so this is just what you... The obvious stuff and what you see in the whip of the flashlight on your... mounted to the front of your thing. Okay, so you see a... sort of like a great archway. Like a huge door just standing in the middle of a huge doorway, standing in the middle of the room. Chamber, more like, massive chamber. It's set up on a pedestal with huge steps leading up to it. You can see it outlined. And it is the flashlight of your bike that whips out over what is all around it. It's kind of at the top of like a short ziggurat type deal. There. And there's steps coming up all four sides. And on all four of those sides are perfect formations of those black robotic figures.
Got it.
They're all standing still, unmoving. None of them have noticed you just yet. Let's see. Okay, yes. Hodor's name's here. I didn't have Hodor's token for this page. And it is relevant. The last time I used this page, Geralt was a character.
Womp womp.
And Romeo had a different icon. Hold on, didn't get to set up this map like I wanted to. And I'm getting occasional lag spikes for some reason. We pull Romeo off to the side over there because he is not currently in this area.
That's why you don't split up.
Oh, I'm gonna be totally fine. I can outrun these bastards all day.
Oh yeah, it's not you, it's us. They look like Necron scarabs. Kind
Funny
of.
that.
Is that exactly what they are?
Well, that depends on what you mean by exactly.
Oh, maybe it's like a copy.
If by exactly you mean exactly, then yes.
Yeah, that was the exact word I used. Oh, they're cute. I don't know if they hurt or not.
That depends on your definition of hurt.
Ends up killing one.
Oh, that's your definition of hurt? Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, definitely.
Well, there's the small ones, but then there's the big spiders. I thought the small ones were just like worker ones. Do they have like swarm, like assault units?
The small ones only break down people to their base components and atoms. The big ones are much worse.
If it's like anything like Dawn of War, Dark Crusade, then the worker scarabs can't even attack.
Yeah, that's inaccurate. They're actually a primary anti-armor unit in tabletop.
Oh, fair enough then.
Because they just kind of swarm over vehicles and pick them apart like they would anything else.
Cool. I guess they just needed a worker unit, and that's what they chose.
That is the role that the Scarabs fill as well, in reality. Just they also happen to be pretty effective at combat. Well, ish. And let's see. Yeah, token.
Oops.
There we go. That will suffice for the Castellan robots. Even though they are distinctly not servitors, they are robots.
What, these ones?
Yes. Since you guys did bring Castellan robots and murder servitors with you.
I
That
thought
happens.
Castellan robots were actual robots and not people.
They are. But I don't have a Castellan robot token to hand.
So what do these
How
things
could
look
you?
like? I can't even make out what the.
The scarabs.
I don't know what scarabs are in the lore.
The
Let
imagine
me
like a
get you
robot.
Yeah,
You
let
know
me
what
get you a
scarab
closer
is?
picture.
It's like a little
Google it.
beetle.
Oh. So they're just giant beetles?
Mechanical beetles.
With lasers.
I don't know if they have lasers.
Maybe.
They're very short range if they do.
Yeah.
Oh, they're Necrons.
Yeah, see, the thing about scarabs, have you seen The Mummy?
This form.
You should be concerned about scarabs, is all I'm saying.
I think you should also be concerned.
There are no such thing as pictures of individual scarabs, apparently, just swarms of them.
The wiki's pretty good with it. Like the 40k one.
I can't find a picture of an individual scarab on that either, just a swarm. Actually, a black and white version of the picture I just linked, which is in color. Anywho, yeah, swarms of mechanical bugs. Bugs.
If only I had 200 XP.
You'd have an anti-bug gun?
No, I'd always be able to go first.
Oh.
I wonder how the demon gun would work on robots. Probably doesn't affect it. Although these, yeah, they're robots.
Okay, well, you guys can place yourselves, assuming you have token control, where you would be.
Hiding.
I've revealed various side passages for you.
Oh, okay.
Take your pick.
You know where Hodor is.
They're coming from both directions. So I fully expect Hodor would be at a front, just a matter of what he considers his front.
His front probably would be right here.
All right.
Hit with that, yes.
Ken, if you have like all the AoE,
Not against these guys. They probably don't have souls.
flamethrower.
Yeah. No, I don't know how good that's gonna do.
I have a sword.
They're swarms, so probably pretty good. How many guns can I carry?
Up to your weight limit, theoretically.
I don't know what that is. Or how many guns that would be.
I think Geralt had all the guns.
Gerald's guns were also rather small, and he had the stats to totem.
Yeah, but I'm using an assault rifle and the sniper.
Right, right. Let's say that's good for now, and then figure it out later. And Romeo can arrive in a turn or two, just not yet. If Romeo intends to, 90 degrees or 180 and get back here.
It depends on whether or not he can try to swipe what's on that pedestal or not.
Swipe is in take it with you.
Yep.
It is very large, much larger than the bike.
Okay, then no.
It looks like 5 dudes could walk through it shoulder to shoulder.
He's probably gonna be heading back and be saying on Vox that we got more of those black skelemen around.
We do have something of a more pressing problem here.
Initiatives from people!
I got 12.
Oh, so
I
you
got
did.
15.
Captain, you did so good.
Good.
Zennith, you did terrible.
As
Yeah.
usual.
Just a quick question before I go for a bit and make coffee. What are the chances that the tech priests that are still above ground or still above the shaft can try to get some of the security down here? Because I feel like this is what they actually were made to blow up.
They're probably still going to be studying how to turn them on for quite a while.
Got it.
Much less how to make them do things.
I do got to get up for works, so I might go soon.
Okay, how soon is soon?
I don't know. How long do you foresee this fight taking?
I wasn't sure, but if it was like, 10, 15 minutes or something, we could easily pause and pick up the fight next time, since I could add some more interesting things to it.
That would be pretty good for me, at least. I don't know about everybody else. If they want to keep playing.
I don't care either
That
way.
works for me.
I'm cool with pausing because I've got so much homework to do.
Yeah, I know that various people have things they need to attend to, but I definitely...
I was sick like all last week, so now all the stuff I had to do this week is just due next week.
Oh, yeah, I get you. But I definitely didn't want to miss another night, since we had to skip 2 minutes. But we've gotten things in, and you are now in a Necron 2. That is where you are. That's what's happening.
Nice.
Well,
I kind of figured it'd happen. Oh well.
well, yeah, I don't think that's an incredible surprise to at least several of you.
Nah.
But,
I mean, out of character, it's not. In character, I don't think Romeo has any idea what the hell a Necron is because he failed his first check so hard.
yeah, I think both you and the captain just have no friggin' clue because of the whole failed checks trying to understand that Black Skeleman.
Yeah, he's forever the Skilla man.
Do you get any XP for this?
Once we see Skeleman
For
in from
orc
the Arc
genocide.
magazine.
Orc and Grot
Yeah.
genocide.
We did kill a ship.
2.
Killed some motherfuckers with some other motherfuckers.
That's gonna be worth some.
So we defeated an orc invasion group with a transport vessel. And then we threw one of the orc ships at the orcs on the surface. And then we raided a Necron too.
Smells
fucking
like
cool.
Rogue Trader.
Anyway, that was Tuesday.
We did it all because we want money.
I want a fucking Necron scythe thing that shoots lasers and hits things.
I want weird space guns too.
No, I think that what you want is a Tomb Blade?
I've not heard of it.
I
Yes,
just want
Tomb
some
Blade.
pants. A decent pair of pants.
Team Blade. Yes, Romeo wants one of them. They're cool as fuck.
Yo. Yep.
I don't think I'll be
Yep.
able to use any of the exotic weapons though, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, it's just like a jet chair. Like you just kind of sit down in this lovely chair that hovers around with guns on it.
Yep. That looks great. Those guns look better than the guns on the Eldar bike, which is kind of the bad part about the Eldar bike. Without the toxic damage, the guns actually don't do that much damage. And I'm assuming you can't poison Necrons.
No, you can't poison that guns.
Yep.
Oh, but the guns on
so-
your bike do toxic damage.
Yep.
Which is brutal against people you can do toxic damage to.
Yep.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
toxic is pretty good. But otherwise, you're just better off ramming into things because it's 2 die 10 plus 5 rending versus 1 die 10 plus 2
We're in a
3
tomb.
pen.
We're in the
It's-
tomb.
And you've got that special thing where you can just blow past them without having to actually ram into them.
Yeah, I know, and that thing's
Still hit
great.
them.
Well, I mean, you hit him with the swords on the side of the bike.
Yeah.
Does it still count as ramming? That's what I mean.
Yes,
That's cool.
it counts as ramming. It just has like extra special rules that you can continue moving afterwards, and you can also cold shot with it.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you can take a -20 to cold shot with the sides of your blade bike.
Wow.
So you can decapitate people by doing drive-bys.
It's pretty great.
Yeah,
But
the Necrons do have jet bikes, as you've seen.
do we definitively get XP or no? Will you crush my dreams?
Well, see, on the one hand, I want to give you XP. On the other, I really love crushing dreams.
I know that's the thing you do love.
You have no idea.
You could do both. Give me XP and then crush other dreams.
You could give us the XP, but only give us like 125, so no one can get anything.
Or
cool.
199.
Damn it.
that would cause me more problems than you guys. No, at the beginning of next session, I prefer to have everyone around when I still have XP, so the numbers stay synced.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like everyone knows what they're going to get because this is, first skill of next rank.
Come on, new power.
So I gotta say, it is the best thing ever that I found.
I was gonna make up a thing, but I can't think of anything. What'd you find?
There you go.
Oh, from Venture Brothers.
Yep. But yeah, it turns out that there's a site that lets you just make GIFs out of YouTube videos.
That's pretty good.
But yeah,
Yeah, I'm
it's
pretty
kind of
pleased
like
with
that.
this.
I assume you got that specifically as an example of how Romeo's bike would work.
Yes. It is, in fact, for exactly that purpose.
I am really excited because trying to chop someone's head off with your bike is actually really easy to do because it's based off of a drive check, which is Romeo's best stat, and you get a +30 because the bike is stupid maneuverable.
Ghost weapons are pretty cool, but I don't think anyone will be able to use them.
Yeah, you'd have to get exotic proficiencies.
But I mean, usually they're like specific ones, aren't they? So this would be like a Necron one.
Well, I'm doing it slightly more general than the way they're doing it there. You basically get Gauss Basic or Gauss Pistol, just like you have Melta Basic and Melta Pistol or whatever.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Just like I changed it from Romeo having what was it?
Basic shuriken.
Yeah, from having Shuriken Launcher or having Shuriken Catapult to just having Shuriken Basic. So any other basic Shuriken weapons you can get.
I
Gotta
still
say, the
have
Gauss gun was one of my favorite weapons in Fallout.
the Gauss gun is amazing in Fallout. I still have one slot open. So
You can
if
have
you
it
find
as part of this
something
time.
cool, if you find something real cool, I might take it. But
Yeah,
uh,
the Gauss weapons from the Necrons are a bit different than the Fallout one, though. They're not firing solid projectiles; they're firing energy that strips away things atom by atom.
that sounds like my favorite thing.
I'm trying to remember what universe it was in that the Gauss weapons were like. It was a solid-ish projectile, but it was full of like buckyballs with iron in the middle of them, so that the initial projectile hits and then the buckyballs keep going.
I got no idea. I know the ones in Mass Effect, although not technically, more like closer to railguns than Gauss weapons, I guess. Um, Although I think those are the same thing. They don't necessarily work by magnetism, though. Um, they would just like shave
Railguns do work
off.
by magnetism. They just
They do
they
it.
put a charge across the projectile, and that induces a magnetic field.
Yeah, I I made a pen and paper game from scratch way back in high school, and it was a sci-fi one, and I did research into like how all sci-fi shit would theoretically work. And
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with how Gauss guns actually go. I think they're a kind of railgun, but I could be wrong about that.
as I
Yeah, what
recall,
they are is they have a bunch of electromagnets along the barrel, and
yeah,
they're fired off in sequence to accelerate the projectile.
Okay,
So the
and I
problem you get with railguns is when you dump a bunch of power through it and then subject it to huge magnetic fields, you tend to break rails. Like it is ridiculous the amount of damage that it does to itself.
yeah, both from the magnetic force pushing outwards and the friction of the projectile grinding along the rails itself. Like the military actually had railguns that they would mount on helicopters, but from the friction of the projectile, they'd vaporize the front of the barrel from one shot.
learning things every day. But I know the ones in Mass Effect, according to lore, like don't use magnetic fields. They use like differentiating mass fields because that's a thing in Mass Effect. But
Yeah,
they would
because they've
just
got
like,
the element zero.
yeah, they didn't have ammo in the first game because there was just like a hunk of lead inside the gun that they would just scrape pieces off and just fling at people really really fast.
I guess that star in the Warhammer system is a Necron something ship, maybe.
Possibly.
It's pretty likely at this point.
Or like
Necron ship,
the tomb thingies. I can't even remember what they're called.
tomb ship.
No, this is like a word for the ones that are on land, but I can't remember what they're called, and they float.
God, I really want their uploading tech, but at the same time, I really don't want to be consumed by scarabs.
The ones that float. There's a lot of shit they have that floats on the ground. Annihilation barges, tombs. Tomb blades.
The main thing with guns on it. They're like home thing.
Oh,
It's
the
like a
monolith,
pyramid. Monolith.
which are literally just floating pyramids with portals that endlessly spew out Necrons while they shoot shit.
Yes.
It's basically a Stargate set in the middle of a floating pyramid with guns on it.
Trying to find the coolest shit that I could possibly use. And I think maybe it's the Tachyon arrow. Don't know if you're familiar with that.
I'm familiar with it from the tabletop. I haven't looked up shit for it here in Rogue Trader.
I don't even know if it's in Rogue Trader.
Well, there's stats for it somewhere, even if they're homebrew.
Yeah. They're pretty crazy. Well, they seem to have almost infinite range.
And the capacity to penetrate Titan armor, therefore starships, with an infantry weapon.
Yeah, that's kind of insane.
Yo, that's super. So you can't even reload it in combat, though. It might be a single shot.
It is, which in tabletop isn't that big of a deal, game balance wise, because there is no out of combat. The whole game is combat.
Yeah, true.
So it's just, there's one shot per game. Of course, knowing how the shit you're supposed to reload that thing when you're not a Necron, that's another matter. And yeah, Necron ships, the reaction you had is the appropriate one. Though perhaps not terrified enough.
Yeah. Well, we're here now.
Yeah. There is like a Warhammer space battle game, which a lot of the rules for it is Battlefleet Gothic. That's what the tabletop game is. The video game and a lot of the Rogue Trader rules are based on it.
All right.
And they have Necron ships in that game. And Necrons are only allowed like half the points of everyone else to put their party together. And Necron ships still usually wipe the board.
Wow. Are they that good?
They're that good.
So
Like-
yeah, if we get the opportunity to keep a Necron ship from this, we definitely want it.
It's like a case of they've got multiple capital ships from Tau and the Imperium firing at them with Exterminatus grade weaponry for a full turn, and oh crap, I took a little bit of damage, didn't I?
Man.
Well, it's just I feel like I get the feeling we're going to need something like that when next we run into Marcus.
Yeah. There is
Marcus-
some really cool shit.
Marcus's problem is somewhat different than that.
Has he made clones of himself? And
Not
therefore they're-
exactly.
Not exactly. Okay.
No, not exactly.
The mayhem with Marcus. Oh my.
No, there is a name for that next chapter, but I will not reveal it yet.
Staff of Light is pretty crazy.
But exotic. It's crazy but exotic.
I know. But it's got the fractal edge. It's got the Satan face sword on top of it, and it's a gun.
Oh, Necrons with their mastery of time and space.
Yeah, pretty crazy.
Yeah, I really, really, really want to get into their stuff.
I think we crash now. See you guys later.
See you later. Be
Night.
unconscious. Enjoy it.